Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create PR house. Let's get started. So to start, let's go to under model, click on new, and then go drop down, click on architecture template, and then press OK. We're gonna start off at level 1, and then here we have elevation tag. We want our grid lines to be in the middle, so roughly in the middle, or else we're going to move it in the middle once we're due. But right now, what we want to do is to start going to architecture and then to click on the grid line, which is this icon right here. If you want as well, you can have the keyboard shortcut, which is GR, and then after that, you click from the bottom and over the top. And you want to make sure that you're in 90 degrees, so it's straight. Press escape and then escape again. You can select it back, and then once you select it, you're in modify, and you can type in CO or click on this icon. You want to make sure multiple is checked, and then grab it and put it on the right side. And on the right side, you want it to be 90 degrees as well. So you start by type in 4467 and then enter. 2920, press enter. 1290, enter. 4275, press enter, and then 1910 and then enter. Press escape and then escape again. So after this, what we want to do is we want our horizontal grid line. So what we need to do is we need to click on the grid line or type in GR again. So once we type it, we want to go from right to left. So click right here and then on the left side. After that, press escape and then escape again. And if we zoom in, it is number 7 because the sequence that Revit knows is after 6, it will be 7. But what we want here is letters. So I'm gonna click on the grid line and then type in capital A and then click on the space. After this, you can type in CO and then grab it again and pull it going down. So once it's down, what we want to do is type in the numbers. So 7130, we have 3830, 44, we have 4484, and then grab it again going down 3902, and then 1663, and then press escape and then escape again. Now we have our vertical and horizontal grid line. What we want to do so that everybody can follow is just click on the aligned dimension, or you could type in DI, and then here we're going to add grid lines on all of the lines that we have right here, and then we put overall, and then again we go right here, click on all the grid lines, and then an overall. Press escape and then escape again. And then here, I just want to pull this backwards again. So I'm gonna select one of the grid lines. And the nice thing about Revit is it will recognize that all of this are aligned all together. And this dash line indicates that once you move this, it will move as well. So it will move and it will grab everything else. Also, if you want all the grid bubbles to appear right here as well, you can just uncheck or check this box. So you need to select each and every one of that grid line and then check all of this. So I'm gonna do that because I want everybody to know where we're going to add all our walls and all of those. And you want to make sure that there's no bubbles that are overlapping similar to this. So what we're gonna do is select that grid line, and if you notice there's a zigzag there, it's basically um, what you need to do is to click that so that it will create an elbow. So we're going to select that and select it from below so that nothing is overlapped and everything is cleared, and we could check all of those. Press escape and then escape again. So after we add this, what I want to do next is to go to our elevation. I want to add our levels. So let's go to our south elevation or any elevation that you want. But to follow along, let's go to south elevation, double click on that. Here we have level 1 and then level 2. What I want my level 1 to level 2 to be around 3000. So I want it to be consistent with that, but I want to add a ground. So what I want to do is to add a level below or add a level above. So here I could just select level 2, 3000. For me, I could add levels instantly in two ways. So what I do, if it's just this having two floors, uh, it's easier to just add it by going to architecture and then selecting this icon or typing LL. So by doing this and then adding it to 3000 again, you basically saying that this is the height that you want and the level, and here it will create that floor as well. But I'm gonna undo this because there's another way of doing this, which is by selecting this level and then type in CO and then grabbing it from there, and you can type in as well 3000. But the extra step on this is that the level is not created on your floor plan. So in order for you to see this, you will need to go to your view and then click on plan views and then floor plan, and basically select this level 3, or if you have a lot, select the first and then hold on shift and then select the bottom so that everything is highlighted and then press OK. So now you created your level 3. But I want to add a ground. I want my level 1 to be off the ground, and I want to have a ground floor. So here, I'm going to press escape multiple times, and let's type in LL, and I want my LL to be right here below level 1. But here, I'm going to put it to, or I'm going to change the name to ground floor. And then I just want to put yes. And then here we can put it at -400. But I want to switch level 1 to level floor at 0 level. So here I'm going to pull it down, pull it up. This one ground is at 0, and level 1 I want it to be at 400. And then here, because I put 400, I want this one now to be at 3400 to maintain the 3000. And then here I can select this and then type in 3000 so that everything is accounted for. And then what I want here, so that everything is readable and not overlapping, is select the level, and similar to the grid line, you can add an elbow and then move this one right on the left side so that everything is seeing, and then you could grab it and lower it down as well. And then you want to make sure that this one overlaps the level. So in case you don't pull it up, what will happen is if you go to your level 3, I could double click here, but I know it already created, the grid lines is disappearing, or it's not appearing. So what you need to do is you need to pull it up like this, and then everything will appear as well. So here we need to do it on all our levels or elevations. So here, let's go to east elevation, grab it, and then pull it up. And then here we need to add elbows so that everything can be seen and not overlapping. And then we can select this one as well and then pull it on the right side so we have enough space. Go to north elevation, everything is pulled up as well, and we just need to add an elbow and pull it down a little bit. And then west, we just need to move this one on the right side and then select this and create an elbow. And I'm happy with that. So now what we could do is we could go back to level 1, clean this up, so close inactive views. And then after that, let's click on save. We want to save this file. So I found my location, and then I'm just going to put house for now. I can put in the name of the house later on. But before we click on save, what I want to do is click on option, and here it gives you the multiple backups that you want to create. It's default into 20. So my understanding is if you're good enough, you can put it at 1. If you're intermediate, around 5. And then if you're beginner, around 10. 20 is overkill, so you don't need to put 20. So for me, I just want 5. And then once you do 5, you can basically press OK and then save it to the location that you want. So now we're ready to add walls. So let's go to architecture again and click on wall. What we have here is a basic wall generic. What we could do is we could just select this and then everything is cleaned out. But I know that newer Revit, they don't have the generic anymore. So they have something that looks like this. All the pre-build walls. You can select one of those and then edit type, and then you can click on duplicate, and then you can type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, and what you do is click on edit. What you need to do is to delete everything else. Only the core boundary structure and core boundaries are the ones that will be staying because they are the ones that cannot be deleted. So here, this is the exterior side of this, and then this will be the interior side. So we just need to click on delete multiple times. Once we're in the core structure and core, this will be grayed out. So you cannot delete this unintentionally. So the thickness, we're gonna put this one at 200, And for the material, what we need to put first is something white. So I usually put in gypsum wallboard and then press OK and then OK. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to add a wall all around. So here under B grid line, we could go to around 12 or 1300 from this. So I started from here and then it gave me a temporary dimension that I can see. This is 1300 from this part. So around 1400, 1300. So if we check this again, we could be at around 1400. So I'm gonna put this one at 1300 instead. So if I select this, if you notice that the exterior wall top constraint is unconnected, we need to put this one from level 1 up to level 2. So if we CS this, so CS is create similar, this is the icon under modify. We need to put this one to level 2, and as you notice, anything that you change here will be changed right here. It's already wall centered and then chain, so we don't need to do anything else. So this is will be our starting point, 1300 from this wall or from this grid line number 1. After that, you go up to B3, going down to C3, and then going up to C5, going down again up to E5, and then going to E4. So you want to make sure that you are basically going straight, and then I'm just gonna zoom into my Revit here, and you go up to F4 and then going all the way to F1 and then basically going to E, and then from here what I want to do is just add a small one right here. What we could do is we could TR, trim and extend right here. So once we trim and extend right here, everything will align all together. It will meet at the intersection there. So that's our first wall. And then after that, select here CS again. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to add another wall, an exterior wall, right about here. It will be, let's add something like here, going to E, and then right here going down again. So I'm gonna give you some details. So here I'm gonna select this. It will be around 2400 from this wall. So that's created, and then after that select this one. This will be around 2000 from this grid line. So select here, get it from there, and then 2000. For this one, we could actually push this one around 2600. So I think that's good enough size for this. And then we're just going to type in SL, that's split element, and then press escape again. And then TR, trim and extend. So we're gonna trim and extend on this part. So now we have something that looks like this, an entryway for us. So this will be good. And then we're going to add in our border wall in the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our project. We added the grid lines and then exterior wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is add the interior wall. So I'm going to click on the wall, and after that, we could edit this type, duplicate, and then I'm just going to put interior wall number 1 and then press OK. Edit, we're going to maintain the 200 and let's leave it as gypsum wallboard. Press OK and then OK again. Now we're going to add in our interior wall by first zooming in and then adding it right here, so closing this off. After that, we're going to add a wall right about here, so go to your D grid line, and we have a grid line right here that goes to D2 and then going down to E2. So that's closed off, and then after that we're gonna close this off. So let's create a wall right here. You could even extend this one if you want to. So I'm gonna extend this so that we don't have two different wall, or we don't have so that we have one whole wall right here. After that, I'm gonna select this CS, create similar, and then we're going to close this off right here, going all the way at the top right here. So I'm gonna put this one around 6500. You can even type this off so that it's proper. And then after this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have a powder room right here, and I'm gonna put this one around 1800 and then going down. We can even put this one at 1900 if we want to. So 1900 to have more space to our powder room. And then this will be our opening right here. So after this, I'm gonna select this CS, and we're going to have, or we're going to put a wall right about here. And then this wall, it's supposed to be around 1900. So 1900 from this grid line. So grid line E and then 1900. So we have our grid line right here. We can even put this one at 2000 so that we have enough room. This will be where we're gonna put our laundry. This will be our kitchen. This is either an office or a bedroom if you want to change it up. And then we have our living and dining right here. And then we have our exterior area right here that we could put a pool, or, and then we have a gazebo here if we want to add a gazebo. So now after this, I think it's better if we add in our doors, so that we could view where everything is. So right about here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and then go to doors, and then residential, and we have something that looks like here. You can add different kinds. I'm gonna make it simple and use this single one panel wood. Click on open, and we have different variations right here. What I want to do is just load everything up. So I'm gonna select the one at the top and then scroll down, hold on shift, and then select the one in the bottom so that it highlights everything, and then press OK. It's basically just saying that, are you sure you want to load this large number of loaded family types? I'm gonna say yes, and then it's loaded. We cannot type in CM because this is a system family. So you need to go to architecture, click on this icon, or you can type in DR. Before you put it, as you can see, we have 300 by 2000. That's not the correct size that we want to add. So instead, you can go to drop down. This is all the types that we added. So we're going to add around 850 by 2000. I'm gonna stick with 2000 height, and then we could just vary from different kinds of width um, later on, depending on the situation that we have. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the 850 by 2000 onto the entrance door for our rooms, and then we could add something right here as well, and then we could have something right here. After that, let's go to 800 by 2000, and this will be for our, so probably 750. I'm going to put it at 750, and I will have it onto this one and also onto this side for our powder room. I'm giving it some space so that we have enough space to add in our sink right here. And then I believe that's about it. Um, and then we're going to add a different door for our entrance. So let's go to insert, load family. We're already here, so I'm gonna add in a glass door, something like this. Click on open. I'm just going to add the first four because those are the 2000 height. Click on open, DR, because this is a system family, and we're going to add in maybe the 900 so that this is the entrance door, so I like it bigger. So that's about it. We added the glass entrance door right about here, and then as you can see, we have this one. I'm gonna put the stairs probably right here, um, and then we could start adding um, some of the furniture so that everything is visual. I don't know if I'm gonna put in, so probably I'm gonna move this a little bit because I want to have my kitchen right here along this wall, and then we will have an island. So now I'm gonna go to insert, and then load family, and let's go and add in some furniture. So I'm gonna pull this up to the main, look for furniture, and then we can start off by adding seating. So here we have different kinds. I'm planning to add a sofa, so a sofa corbo. Click on open, and then CM. So we're going to add one at a time. So I'm gonna add one right here and a bigger one right here that I'm going to edit. So here we have added one here, but we're going to edit type, duplicate, and we're gonna change this width to a bigger size, so probably 2500. Click on OK, and as you can see, this one becomes bigger, so we basically edit the size of this. After that, let's load more. We could add in um, the tables now. So let's go right here. We have coffee table and then CM, and then add the coffee table right here. What we could do is we could actually change this size. I think it's better if we put this one right here, the bigger one right here, so that we have enough space for the entrance right here. Here we can select the coffee table, and we have different sizes that are predetermined. So we could have it like that. Let's move this one to the wall and give it some space like that. And then we could have our entertainment right here. And then here we're going to load more family. And then let's add in the dining table. Click on open, CM on that. And let's add the dining table right about here. Select this one and let's edit the size, or let's see if they have a proper size that we want. I want the depth of this, but I want to have a longer one, so I'm gonna edit this, and we could just type in dining, and then the width probably 1000, and then the length I'm going to put it at 2500. Now it's good enough size, so sorry, let's just say no. I was able to press double and then to edit it. So here, let's add this, and then go to insert again. Let's add in some seating for this. So go back and then seating, and then we're gonna add this one. Click on open, CM, and then let's add one side first, because it's easy for us to mirror this afterwards. And then we're going to give it some space, so spacing on each one. And then after that, you can use one of this mirror or the one on the other side. So this is the pick axis. I know there's an axis here, that's why you can use it, or you can draw it as well, similar to what I did. I draw it somewhere in the midpoint of anything like a family or the walls. So there's always a nodes that you can set it up. I'm planning to create a double glassed fireplace right here, so I'll probably think of later on. We're gonna, so that we have a separation of room, but this will be looking really good because we have that something there. And then after that, I'll probably have glasses right about here, and then an opening glass right here. I'm thinking of, should I add a glass sliding door um, or a panel bifold right here, a glass panel bifold. So I'm still thinking of that, or a sliding door right here. So which one should we put for the exit to go to the um, backyard? So here we're gonna add, and then we could add in an entertainment um, system right here. Let's not forget the side tables as well. So let's go to insert, load family. I'm going to go back, and then table, and then table end or nightstand. After that, CM, and then here we could just add it on this side, and then add a light right here. So go back to the main and then lighting, and then here architecture, internal, and we have something that looks like this. We have a floor lamp, and then we have a table lamp. So I'm gonna use one of this. So I'm gonna pick on this, click on open. If I CM here, what will happen is it will put it on that elevation. So if I want to know the proper elevation of this, I could try and using spot elevation, but after that it's not actually targeting. So most of the time this is what you can do, spot coordinate. This is not correct, but spot elevation, you can add it, but usually it's for the ceiling. So that's not something that we can use. So I'm just gonna type in CM and then add it right there. It's added, but you're not gonna be able to see it because it's not in the proper elevation. So I'm gonna add in this one is a section, and then we could double click on there. After that, what we can do is AL and then grab it from below. So I'm going to push this one on the side so that we can see it properly. So I'm going to align it from here, and then I wish I could grab this one right there. So now it's in the proper location. Once we go here, it's showing there. So I'm gonna delete this for now because I don't want it to be bothering me. And then before we finish, I could just insert some of the toilets right here. So let's go back and then go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures. And then we have water closet here that we have a commercial 2D or just domestic 2D. We don't need to add in the 3D, but it's up to you if you want to add that or this one. So I'm just gonna add the 2D and then CM on that, and we could add it right about here. We have enough room, and then here we could add it in between right here, and then we could add in the sink. So load, go back here, click on sink. We could choose whatever what we want. So I'm gonna add in the square, and then after that CM, and then we could add the sink right about here in front, and then we could add it right here. And then to give it more detail, let's go to annotate, click on detailed line. We already at thin line, so that's good enough. And then we could just add a countertop on that. And then lastly, let's check out this dimension right here. It's 1463. So we're going to add in a shower right here. So let's go back, and then we have a shower right here, and then CM, and then add it right here. We could space this out properly, and then select this, edit type, and then we have the dimension there, 1463. So 1463, add that one right there, and we were able to add the shower right there. And we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in some of the furniture, and also we added the interior wall and some toilets. Now we're going to keep on working on this. So what I want to do is to add a bed. So let's go to insert again, load family, and go to the main, and we need some furniture again, and then beds. I usually use the bed box, so I'm gonna click open. Let's save this first, and then CM, and then let's add the queen size bed right here. Press space, and then we could add it right about here. We could also add it onto this side, and then we could add in a closet right here. So I'm gonna add a closet right here, and this will be where our bed is. We could put it, or we could align it to the wall, so like that, and then we could add in a side table, which is like this, CS, to create similar, and then select that, CS again, and then add it right in the middle. So the create similar is a good way of adding any families, walls, doors right away. If you add something like this, if you try and CS it, you'll be able to add or grab it and place it anywhere you want. And the good thing about it is, um, what we did here is we put it in the proper elevation, so that's in 762. If you CS it, like I said, it will recognize the attributes that you already added onto this one. So it will just copy everything else. So after that, once we add our queen size bed, what we could do is we could add in our closet right here. So I'm gonna select one of the interior walls, CS on this, or let's select CS on this, add it first, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create another interior wall. So edit, duplicate, this will be interior wall number 2, and I'm just going to make the thickness 100. Press OK, and then here we could just increase the sizing right about there. Around 700 will be good enough. So, and then you can maximize it, or you could just leave it something like that, so that it doesn't feel like it's too cramped when you enter the room. And also, you can change this, instead of a bedroom, you can change this to an office. And then now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back to the doors and residential. We're going to add in the sliding door. So sliding door, click on open, and then add everything. So I'm gonna select this one right here, hold on shift and select the last one, and then so that everything is highlighted, and then press OK. And then after that, DR, because it's a door family, and then we could place one right here, and then select that again, and then here we could change the width. So 1700 by 2000. Let's see how it looks. How about 1800 by 2000? So that looks much better. A proper sizing for the closet. And then let's add in a detailed line under annotate, and then here I'm gonna choose demolish line, and this demolish line, I'm gonna add in 2 lines right here to represent the rod. I'm gonna move it closer to each other, and that looks good. This represents everything that we want, and then we have all of this already. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is um, we could add in our stairs. So what I'm gonna do now is go to architecture and then click on stairs, and then right here we're going to make it even, so around 7 each, so 14, and then just press OK. And then after that, let's add it right here. So it will let you know if you zoom in, and then if you read um, the one that we're creating, it's saying that there is 7 created and 7 remaining. So definitely we're going to add it like that, and then you could just give it some space and then add it right about there. Obviously you can increase the sizing more if you just move it by using your arrow key. And then here what we could do is select everything. I want it to be near the wall so that it create that hanging stairs. So here I'm gonna select that. I'm gonna move it first, and then here what we could do is select that again, edit, and then we could change all of this. So right support, I want it to be middle support, remove the stringers. So I'm gonna remove all of this. So left support, none, right support, none. Click apply and then OK. And then here we're going to remove the railing, and then the railing right here. After that, what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna put this back instead of the stringer that I don't want. What we're gonna do is we're going to select it right here. There's a stringer right support. We're gonna select this one, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to add some height on that. So total depth is 400. Let's put it at 900. And what it will do is it will just create a railing that is glass. We're going to make it as glass. Let's see how it looks by using a camera. So now it looks like that, and as you can see, it's looking like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete the ones that we don't need, which is the one that is around here. And then at the same time, if we notice, we could just align this one, AL, align it right here and then right there. And if we see it in the 3D view, we have the stringer, and like that. An extra thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna remove. So I'm gonna select this, edit, and then we're going to go right here, run type, click on the 3 dotted lines, and then I'm going to uncheck the riser, and then here I'm going to uncheck that, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now the riser is not visible, and then we need to basically add in all the materials that we need. So right here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit here and then remove the portion that we don't need, like I said, and then delete here, and then we need this and this one, and then after that align it again to the wall, and it will look like that. So now it looks like it is um, connected to the wall. And then what we can do is we could create a, a nice wall right here. We could edit the profile of the wall and we can make it open, and then we're going to add in some wood slats. And then here what you need to do after that is we need to select the materials, because right now there's no materials for the tread. Most of the time this is wood, so let's select one of the wood materials right here, and then so I'm gonna put this one right there. I'm gonna select that. I want to make sure that the landing is the same. So if we go to landing, um, same as run, so it identifies that we don't need to make any changes right here. So I'm gonna just check on that, and I want to make sure that the nosing is it's the same, because I don't want any slanted part. So I just want to double check on that as well. So how do you check it? You go to run, because sometimes this nosing is slanted or radius or those kind of stuff. So you want to make sure that this is just as default. We don't need any slanted part. Um, this one we should just add the wood material again. I just didn't save it. Apply OK, apply OK. And then for the stringers, we go right here, and then we put in glass material. So type in glass, and then add one of the glass materials right here. Click apply OK, and then apply OK. You can change the thickness if you want. So here we can put it at 25, and then right here we could do the same thing, glass 25, so it recognizes the other side. If we see this, it will look like that. We could make it consistent or realistic. And then we have the glass, the wood, and then the mid support. Make sure this is metal, so select that, edit, and then go to mid support, and then here we could change the width as well, the depth, and then now the materials right here. Choose one of the metal materials. I'm going to choose this one. Click apply OK, apply OK. So now we have a beautiful stairs right here. And then after that, we could make this nicer. What we could do is we could move this one on the other side, so we have some space right here. So we're going to add in a section there so that we could see it properly, and then double click on that section, and then now this is the wall that we could edit. So edit profile, and here I'm just going to create an opening, and then once we create that opening, we're going to add in some designs. Maybe we're going to push this, because what we're planning to do is to just have this one. So I'm gonna select that, and then let's look at it at level 1. It's not visible, but right here what we could do in under section is to go to architecture, model in place, and then here we could do a generic model. And then after that, we're gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna select this wall, and then after that, let's select all the materials first. This is a wood material that I'm planning to add. Apply OK. I'm gonna put a casing, so I'm gonna case it with a rectangle, and then after that I'm gonna put an offset of probably 25 only. Select and then add something like that. Click on finish, and then after that, extrusion again, pick a plane, we're gonna select this plane, and then here we could add in some design. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add it something like that, and then I'm gonna click on finish, and then after that, before we do anything else, I want to change the orientation. So click on finish first, and then here in our view range we need to see that. So it's actually right here. We need to pull it from the inside of the wall. So here I'm just setting this up so that once we do, it is going on the correct location. So here I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to put array, put in last, and then I'm just going to estimate probably 15. If not, we could just add more. So this will look like if we change the total. Let's put it 20. So let's put it right here. Press OK, and that's good enough for me. And then here we could just move it, and it will move properly. It will space it up, and then click on finish, and then now we have something that looks like this. We could go to our 3D view that we created earlier, and it will look like that. So something different. At least we've given this space some art, and actually we could maximize this one later on, because this wall is probably going all the way up, and then we could just have this one looking like that. So now let's just leave it like that. Go back to level 1. Let's hide this. We don't need it yet, or we don't need it at all, the ceiling plan. So delete this as well. So now we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the stairs and also this wall that we just added this one so that it looks much better. And obviously we can extend this more once we create the second floor, and then we extend this wall as well. So right now what we can continue on is we could add in all the curtain wall windows. So the first thing we're gonna do is go to architecture, click on wall, and then after that go to drop down and then click on curtain wall. And the things that we're gonna add is windows. What I'm planning to do is create a window right here on this side. So once you add it here, you want it to be in the inside of the wall. So I'm gonna do this right here and then do this as well. And I'm gonna give it some space for sure. And once this happens, just drag it and make sure that this is not going all the way to the wall. I want to align this one as well, so this is aligned, so we're good to go. And this is where the kitchen is. I'm planning to add the sliding door right about here. And then in our entertainment system right here, we're going to add in the whole entertainment right here, and at the same time we're going to add some windows there. So here I'm going to select that CS. I'm going to add our windows right here as well. And then we're going to add a window right here. I'm planning to probably add it on this side, just above it. So I'm gonna add it there, and then we're going to add something right here as well. This will be all the way right there. And then obviously we're not gonna add anything here for the laundry room. I'm going to add a window right here, and then pull it all the way there. So now after we added all this, we need to go to modify and then click on cut geometry. You want to select the wall first and then the window after. So there is a sequence that you need to select before cutting into it. And then here we could do this right here as well, and then right here. And then after that, what we could do is we could go to our 3D view, and then let's set up the height that we're going to do it on all of them. Right here below, we're probably going to add a big window, but right now let's just focus on this. So I'm going to put this one around 2500. So this one is negative 500. So I'm gonna maintain that AL. I'm gonna select all of this so that all of them are at 2500. And then here, because this is the washroom, or we're going to just pull it all the way there, not too high. And then here, that's there, let's put it there. And then we could pull this one from below. We're going to select that and then grab it from here, and then let's estimate. So probably around base offset of 100. I think that's good enough. AL, select that, and then copy everything else. Except for this two, and then right there. So that looks good. And at the part 1 description, I want you guys to download. So go to part 1 description of this series, and you could basically download um, the parametric sliding door. So this one right here, and then just download it. So once it's download, go right here, and then you could just drag and drop. So just wait for it to be upgraded. And then after that, you add it right here onto this wall. But we need to double check it first because it's probably too much for that wall. So this is around probably 6. So the width is 6. Let's edit this. I want this one to be open, handled. I want no inset, so 0 on that. Edit this one. Let's put this one to 5,000 first. I don't want any gap. And then I want it symmetrical. And then once you do, we can put this one right here. I want to change the height to be around 2500, similar to what we have on all of them. And then maybe we could change this more if we think that it's not proper, but looks like everything is aligned all together. We have everything right here, sliding door, so I'm happy with that. And then obviously we can just add in the mullions. So to add the mullions, I'm gonna do is go to architecture, curtain grid, and then here we could add in the midpoint and then quarter all of that. So this is around 1200, so we could make this one 3. And then here, let's see how it looks. So I'm gonna do it at 3 as well, right here. So I put it in the midpoint and then 3. And then here, 2 of them. And then here, 3 of them. For this, we can put it in the midpoint to represent that it could be sliding. And then after that, go back to architecture, click on mullion, all grid, and then let's put this to rectangular mullion 50 by 65. I think that's the best one. It's not too big, it's not too small. Select that right there, and then just select all the ones that we added some curtain. And then if we change this to fine, we're gonna see what we've done, consistent color, and all of that. And then here, what we could do is edit the exterior, and then interior should be the same. And metal handle, let's put it right there. Ceiling materials is black as well. PVC, main, and then glass. So I'm happy with that. And then press OK. And then everything is properly selected there. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the floor so that it doesn't look like it's floating. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. This one can be floor number 1, and then edit 200 there, and then change the materials. I'm gonna put this one to stone, and then use this one right here. Click apply, OK, and then OK. So now let's hit this pick line right here, and then select the um, inner line of the wall. So let's just go around here, and then we could just put it all the way right here, and put it in here as well, and we could just fix it up afterwards. So type in TR, this is trim and extend. So in the corners we need to clean that up, connect them all together. There's a lot of gaps here and there, and once we got that, we could just click on finish. It will let you know if you miss anything anyway, so capitalize on that. So once we have it, we could check that we have floor right here, and then after that we could add the furniture and then the laundry room right here as well. So let's go to insert, load family, and let's go back to the main, and then let's look for specialty equipment. So once you're here, click on domestic, and then mid-range, and we have those washer and dryer combo right here. We're gonna click open, type in CM to load it instantly, spacebar multiple times to change orientation, and place it right beside the wall, and then select here. I don't want the label to show, so edit type, uncheck show label, apply, and then OK. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to add a sink right here. So what we could do is select architecture again, and insert load family, and then let's add in a sink. So let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we have sinks right here. And what we could do is just very simple, single kitchen, CM, add it right here. So now we need a top here. So go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then click on generic model. Press OK, and then here we could extrude, create an extrusion right here. So we're going to create the casing first. So select right here, select here, and then we could just create the extrusion right about here. After that, click on finish. Before that, actually put this to 875, and then we want a different wood material. So select this one, and then select this, apply OK, and then click on finish. After that, click on create again, click on extrusion. We want to set this one, so pick, and we want it on top of this. After that, we need to change the material and the extrusion to 25. So all in all, it's 900. For this one, we're gonna change the stone material to limestone, apply OK, and then select rectangle and create your top right here. Click on finish and click on finish again. I think it's better to create a section right in front of here. Flip this one and double click. And as you can see, we can see that this is on top of the sink, on top of the surface. And then we need to create a void on both of them. So I'm gonna grab this, I'm gonna give it some space so that we can see much better. So once we do, we're going to select here, edit, and then create, click here, and then create void extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this. And then we're going to add a extrusion right about here. Go to 3D, and then what you need to do is just grab this one and push it all the way at the back. And then click finish. So we finished right here. We have our void. Now we're gonna create our void right here. So let's go to level 1. Select this one again and edit. And here create void and then void extrusion. It's already set to what we want, which is the level. And then here just create something that looks like this. I like to have it over this wall because I want to showcase the sink. So now I'm gonna select finish. Before we click on finish again, pull it upwards or downwards. So you just want to make sure that everything cuts into it and then click on cut. And as you can see, you will see the sink right here. Click on finish, and then might as well create the doors for this one. So let's go and create that one. Select this one, edit, click extrusion, and then pick a plane. And I believe we need to add the last wood that we added. I believe this is it. So I'm gonna use this as my material, and then here I'm gonna put in 10. And then after that, create a rectangle, and then I'm gonna offset this to 10 as well. And then let's select this one in the corner, and let's do it on this side as well. And then once you do, we can divide them. So I'm gonna add a line right here in the middle, and then a line here as well. And then let's add some drawers right here. And then let's add something right here as well, a drawer. And let's add more right here. And then after that, we click on the pick line again and then offset this. So we need to add this offset. then after we do, type in SL, and what I usually do is I go to one side and make sure to cut it on one side, not in the middle, so that it's easier for me to clean this up. And then here we could clean this on one side as well. And then once everything is cut, we could type in TR, that's trim and extend, and then clean up. This one we need to clean up because there's some overage. We went over on those. So this one, SL on one side, TR. And then delete this. TR again. Here we forgot as well. Delete this part and then TR. So trim on this side. And then once we finish, click on finish there, but there's an error, so let's see which one. Usually it will let us know, show, and then this one. So we could just continue, TR, and then click on finish. Click on finish again, and let's see it in 3D, and it will look like that. Lastly, I want to have some shelves, so I'm gonna edit this one. Click on finish, not finish, sorry, create, extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this wall. And then here, just a simple shelvings, and then offset this to 25. And then we could just have one in the middle, and then like that. And then offset this to 25, and then SL, clean this up. Let's put 4. And then let's trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then go to 3D and extend this. So that's good enough. I'm happy with that. Click on finish, and then we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the laundry room. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to level 1. And the last thing we're gonna do here in the laundry room is let's go to section again and then select this, click on in place, and then create extrusion, and we're just going to pick this wall, and I just want to add a backing for this shelf. So I'm gonna click on rectangle and finish this off, and then click on finish, and we have the backing for that. So after this, what we could do is let's go back to level 1. I'm planning to create the backyard. So we're going to add in the pool and the deck. But before we do that, let's add in our overall perimeter right here by creating the border wall. So here I'm gonna click on architecture, click on wall, and let's add in an exterior wall number 2. So right here, create edit type, duplicate. This will be in exterior wall number 2, but this will be our border. Maintain the 200, and then for the exterior um, material, we're going to select something different right here. So let's use masonry. So I'm gonna click on brick common gray, apply OK, and then OK. And then here we're going to just add, we're not gonna connect it yet because I'm gonna change the height. So here it's saying base constraint level 1, but we're gonna change that to ground level for sure. And then here, after we added this one, this will be around 38 or 3700. And then let's move this one all the way right here, and then before we connect it, let's fix this one first. So this one is too near to this one. So after that, go to 3D, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this one, and then click on tab. It's going to select all of this exterior wall, and then after that we need to base constraint this to ground floor. So this one got extended, and then this one as well. All of this we need to be base constraint to ground floor. At the same time, this one that we're going to top offset this one to around 1500. So negative. So at the moment we're gonna leave it like this. So this will be the look, and then obviously we're going to add gate around here, maybe just 1000, just to be able to have that height there. And then we're going to change this to grills, and then let's go to ground floor, and then we could start adding floors for the backyard, and then connecting all of this all together. So after that, we're going to create another extrusion, um, but let's create the wall first. So wall, ex, edit type, duplicate this. This will be exterior wall number 3, and then change this to 100, and this one should be something tile for the um, for the pool. So here, let's look for a tile. So we're gonna use this ceramic tile, and then after that use rectangle, and then just put the rectangle right here in front. It's not going to be visible because probably of the of the view range, but let's do it again, or let's look at it in 3D. So let's go back here, wall, exterior wall, and then add it right about here. So we want it right here. So top constraint should be ground, and then base constraint can be minus minus around 1000 or 1500. Let's put 1500 first, and then here ground, and then a little bit of top offset right there. So if we check it, it will look like that. And then go back to ground, and then here what we can do is add the deck first. So we're going to add a deck. Um, so here we could click on floor first, edit, duplicate floor number 2, and then this one should be a wood material. Let's use 32C glulam, and then here we're going to add the deck connected right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it some space right here, and then around to this side. So I want to give it some space, and then TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend on all of this. Click on finish, and then let's look at it in 3D and see how it looks. I'm planning to put this one to level 1, and then we're going to create a stairs for this as well, but let's go and add the grounding for this. So we're going to add another floor, edit, duplicate floor number 3, and this one should be concrete. I'm gonna put precast, okay, okay, then okay, and then this one I'm gonna pick line right here, and then this will be same as the rest. So trim and extend right here, and then right here, and I want to add it onto this side as well. And then click on finish, and then if we check it into our 3D, it will look like this because this is the ground. We have this one probably ground as well, But this one actually, we need to put this one to level 1. I think that's correct. And then we just need to add um, another stairs right here on this side and this side as well. So, and we need to edit this, edit boundary, because we need to add an opening onto this wall. So the full wall needs some editing. And then this full wall, I just want to double check again. I want to copy, so ceramic tile. We're going to add a model in place, a generic model. And then this one, extrusion. Let's add an extrusion right here. Use rectangle. And then change this to ceramic tile. Click on finish. And then we could use this and then push it all the way down. And then give it some space right there. After that, go back here, create another extrusion. But this time, I want it to be water. So type in water right here and then pull it up, apply OK, and then let's add water right here. Click on finish, go to 3D, pull it down a little bit, and then a little bit on top. And then click on finish. So now we have our water, and then we have something like that. I just want to finish off this video by adding the stairs under our deck. What we could do actually is to select this one and then height offset this to, so instead of us adding a stair right here, what we could do is offset this to -200. So it will look like this. So that's the step for this. And we're going to add only steps right here. So it's a lot better. So either adding everything on all the perimeter right here, it's better to just add it in front. I just want to double check what material we use right here into this floor. So edit Gulam 32 Glulam. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of using this one, I'm gonna go to our ground floor, and then here I'm going to make a model in place so that it's easier to do. And then here I'm gonna extrude, set, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this one, and then here I'm gonna extrude it 200, and then change this material, and then click here, and then we could just have it right about here. And then click on finish, and then finish. And if we check, it will look like that. So another step that we could just increase the size if we want to. And as you can see, it looks much better. It's not something that we just add and it will look like a deck. So I'm happy with what we did there. And then why not add the grass portion right here. I'm planning to, because this will be our walkway right here, and then this will be, so the grass portion right here is only this one, and then here, and then anything else will be different. So right here, what I'm gonna do is click on floor, and I want to understand everything, so I want to show it right away. And then instead here we could do lightweight. That's okay, and then okay. We're going to have for the carport right here, and then we could just select this one right here for the entrance, and then maybe right here as well. So I'm gonna drag this all the way here, trim and extend right here, and then right there. And then what we could do is we could just have a walkway right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create something that looks like this. I think that's much better. AL, align it right here, and then SL to slice them, and then TR to trim and extend, and then click on finish. And you just need to double check. Okay, so trim and extend right here. And then lastly, we need another floor. This will be the one with the grass. Duplicate, okay, edit, type this one, type it as grass, and then select the grass, pull it up, apply okay, and then okay. And then here we could just add the grass right on this side, and then click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. So we have our walkway right here with a patch of grass. We can make this nice, and then after that we have the gate here, and then another gate here for walkway, and then obviously we're going to add in our something right here for a stairs. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in all of this. We added the backyard, we added the pool, and then all the floors right here. And now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to ground floor. And what I want to do is to download a pull ladder that I have. So go to your part 1 description, and then it will be the second link, and then here you'll be able to download the pull ladder. So download, and then you just need to drag and drop, and then place it into your pool. So now I'm going to put this one around here. Let's put it on this side instead, and then this will be attached on the wall there. So if we check it on 3D, it will be like that, so it looks nice. After that, what we can do next is to add in some furniture. So let's go to ground floor, and then add in. So go to insert, load family, and then here we go back to furniture, and then here we have some tables, and then what I want to do is add this one with the chair, override, and then CM on that, and then here we could add this one right here. We could increase this size. I know it comes with preset diameter, so we could have something that looks like this, and we could place it right here. One thing I want to add as well is to add a gazebo right here, so we could do that later on. And then what I want to focus now is to create the kitchen. So here I want a linear kitchen. What I want to do is probably extend this one, so around 1500 should supposed to be the opening only. So I'm just extending this, and then after that I want my pantry to be over here, and then the kitchen to be linear right here with an island right about here. So now what I'm gonna do is go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then go to generic model. We're gonna create our um, base cabinet first. So press OK, and then here click on extrusion, and we want to make sure this is another wood material. So I'm gonna put in wood, and we have the 32C. Now we can put 32H, pull it up, apply, OK, and then now select rectangle, and then we could add a wall right here so that it's covered right there. So here I want it to be at least 800. I think 800 is good enough size. And then here I'm gonna do this separately for sure. And then here I'm going to click on finish. I want it to be at least 875 height, extruded. And then after that I need to create the top. So create extrusion, and then we're going to set this one, pick a plane, and then select this top. This will be 25 high, and then here we need to change this to a stone material, and then let's use this one, polish granite, apply, OK, and then rectangle right here. After that we're gonna click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and there we have it. We want to make sure that this is not in the ground, so I'm gonna select this, and then I'm going to pick the work plane, and it should be level 1, and then this will follow along because it's extruded on top of that. After this we need to click on void, and then void sweep, pick path, and then we're gonna pick this path right here, click finish, and then after that we need to go back here, edit profile, and then we're gonna add a profile. So this will be the kick plate. So usually I put this one around 50, and then the height to be 100. After that click on finish, and then we could go to profile, or here click here again, and then cut geometry, and it will cut right there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this off so that it looks much better. I don't want this one hanging. So I'm gonna finish it first. Go back to level 1, select here CS, and then add it right here. I'm gonna trim and extend, and then I'm going to align this one right here. So everything is aligned, and as you can see, we have something that looks like this. And then after that, we have our top and we have our base cabinet. What we could do is we could add in our sink. So go back right here, select this one, edit in place. Before we do that, we need to insert it first. So insert, load family, and then go back to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then sink. And then we have different kinds right here that we could add. What we could do is we could add this one right here. Select that, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. And we could add it right about here. I want to add it right here. And then what I want to do as well is to give some space for the fridge, or I will add the fridge on this side. So the sink will be here, the counter or cooktop will be right here on the island, and then we could move this one on this side, and then we could just create some space right here for the fridge. So that's about it. I think we need a bit more so that it looks much better, and then move this along. We could insert the fridge as well so that everything is placed properly. So we need specialty equipment, domestic, high-end. Let's add in a high-end fridge. We have freezer, so we could have different ones. And then look at this, we have something that looks like this. Click on open, CM, and then add it onto this side. I think this is perfect fit. What we could do is we could move this one in front a bit, or just align with this, and we're going to add in a case. So we're going to create a case on this one. So now I don't want this label to show, so I'm going to edit and then uncheck this. So I'm going to move this one right about in the middle. I think that's good enough. And then after that, we need to void here the sink. So as you can see, we still have this one. So what we could do is go to level 1. Let's fix how this one looks. So go to 3D. Maybe we should just align it, AL. Align it there so that everything is flush. And then after that, go right here, go back to level 1, select this, edit in place. And then create a void extrusion. And then we need to create a void extrusion around here. After that, click on finish, go to 3D before you do anything else, extend it all the way up, something like this, and then click on cut geometry, and then cut geometry right there. Click on finish. So now select here, we need to cut this one so it doesn't show, but I'm going to edit that again because this one, it needs to be showing. So cut, select that, and then here, and then there we go, everything showing up. So just another extra step in order for us to do that. Click on finish, and we have something that looks like this. Now we're going to build a shelf here. So go back to level 1. I'm going to delete this. We don't need it anymore. But we could add another section right here. And then flip this around. And then you could just control the view range. And then double click. Fix this so that we don't overlap our view. And then here we could just add the cabinet. So here, go, and then we could add the same one because we added column 32. So now here, delete that, and then edit this. Actually create this one, and then pick a plane, and then let's select this back right here, so the back wall, and then add a rectangle around. We want to make sure that the height is around 2800, knowing that our total height is 3000. That is basically 200 minus for the height, so that when we add the 200 thickness floor, it will be placed right here. It's not going to overlap. So now we click on right here, glulam 32, click on finish. So we forgot to split this one, so SL, split that one, TR, and then trim this one. Click on finish, and then go back to 3D and extrude it more so that it looks like this. So that looks good. So now let's go back to our section, and then let's add in our top cabinet case. So let's go right here, select this one, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this one as well, and then we have glulam 32 as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and then create something that looks like this, and then here we could put in, because we know that this is 800, so at least around 500 for the depth. Select finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. I think that's good enough. And then before we click on finish, let's add in the backsplash. So click on create an extrusion, and then pick a plane, which is the wall. Select rectangle, this one around 10, and we need a backsplash. So I'm gonna type in tile, and then anything that will be considered tile, I'm gonna add it. So I'm just gonna use this for now. Click on OK, and then click on rectangle, and then just add a backsplash right here. Click on finish, and then on finish again, and then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. We're going to add something right here as well, but let's finish the casing and the door as well first. and then we're going to add a pantry casing as well here. So let's go back to level 1, and then here we're going to create a model in place again, generic model, and then here we're going to extrude this first, rectangle, and then here let's make it a big case because we need to add some cabinet as well there. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm going to make this one a wood material. I'm gonna add this, apply, okay, and then here we could just add something that looks like this. Click on finish, go to 3D, and then push it all the way up. We could do is we could create a section in order for us to show this, but we're still working right here, so we could put this at 2800 and then click finish. So we could add in our section if we need to work on this afterwards. Select this section. There's too much of that view, so we're gonna put it right here as well. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. So I'm going to double click on to our section. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in our cabinet. So here I'm going to select this and then edit in place. And I want to make sure that we have the Gulam 32H. And then we're going to create an extrusion. We're going to choose the base first and then select Gulam 36H, click apply, and then extrusion should be 10. Select rectangle and then offset this to 10. And we want to make sure to select the corner right there, space bar, so that it goes inside. And then here we could add our cabinet doors. So we're gonna do this 3 times here because we have different elevation and different set of faces right here. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on line. I'm gonna remove the offset to 0, and then we could just add 1 in the middle, so the cabinet's right here. We can add 1 right here for the cabinet doors, and then we could have this time right here, and then let's grab this, copy, and then copy it like that. After that, let's decide which one will have some cabinet doors, and then which one will just have a single, and then we could have something like that. Now let's click on pick line and then put in an offset of 10, and then we need to add double lines on all of this. And then once you do, we need to split them. So let's start at the top, type in SL, and then split it from one side so that we don't need to trim and extend both sides of this. Let's do this right here as well. And then we're done. So trim and extend, and you want to make sure that you got everything trimmed. And then if you miss one, Revit will let you know, so you don't need to worry about that. I'm gonna do the one in the middle first, and then we're gonna do the one below. So here we need to trim it on this side. So this is just a repetitive um, situation. So now after that, let's click on finish and look at it at 3D. It will look like that. We're gonna do it on this fridge as well. So go back to section, and then here click on create extrusion, and then we're gonna pick a plane right here, and then after that let's do the same thing. So we're going to have the one at the top. Before we do that, we need to offset this to 10 as well, so that we need to be consistent with what we're doing. So spacebar right here, and then here we could just add this right here, and then here as well. I'm going to align this so that everything is aligned properly like that, and then we could just have this one at the top. So the top portion, let's offset this and offset that. So 10 added right here, and the one in the middle. So SL, split, and then after that TR, trim and extend. And then once you're done, just click on finish. Look at it and see how it looks, and that looks good. And then let's go back to section again and do it right here. So create extrusion, pick a plane, let's select this, make sure this is the correct one, and then offset this so that's the correct material. Let's add this one up to the corner, offset it so that it goes inside, spacebar, and then here we could just align this one. And then I'm going to make sure this is all aligned right there. And then after that, I'm going to basically copy the way we added all of this. So I'm gonna align each and every one. and then we're gonna offset 10 afterwards. I think that's the best way of doing this. And then AL again, and let's do everything same. This one's right there. AL again. And then after that, offset 10 here. And then let's go on the left side. Then after that, TR, trim and extend on one side. Or SL first, split all of this first before we trim and extend. And do it from the bottom. And then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then after that, click on finish. And we haven't done this part yet. So what we're gonna do is we're going to SL first. And then trim it after. And then click finish. And that's how it looks. It looks good. And then what I'm gonna do is probably going to select this one and then CS on this, or we could just select model in place. I want to add one here on the side, but we could do that later on. What I want to do next is maybe the island, so it looks much better now. So right here, model in place, and then generic model. This will be number 7. We're going to create an extrusion, and then let's select a different wood material. I'm gonna put this up, and then here we could put 875 extrusion there, and then we're going to add an island right here, and then AL, I'm gonna align it from the inner of this, and we're basically going to give some space right here. I believe around 1200 is good enough. I'm happy with this. And then after that, click on finish again. We're going to flip this because I want to have a nice waterfall effect. So double click on this right here. We have this one. So we could select that, edit in place, create an extrusion, pick a plane, select this. And then after that, we're going to add the countertop, granite polish. I'm gonna choose that. And then here we could have or we could just select this one right here to make it easy, and then 25 for the thickness. And then after that, we just need this one, close it off, but without an offset. And then click on finish, go to 3D and push it back. I want to have this one, an overhang there, and here just flush it. So right here we could push it a little bit back, not too much, but just enough for your legs. And then click on finish, and to make it nice, what we could do is we could move this one a little bit forward like that. And then let's go to insert, load family, and we could go right here under um, specialty equipment, domestic, high end, and we have our cooktop electric right here. I'm gonna choose this, click on open, CM on that, and we could add this one right here. We could push this a little bit right there. Um, change this to fine so that we could see everything else. Edit this to uncheck that, show label. We could just put this one to medium, and then if 3D, I want everything to be looking good, so to find so that we could see everything that it is showing. So we have something like that, and then let's go back to seating. So go to furniture, seating, and one of this we're going to add, so it's the stacking one. CM on this space bar to change orientation, and let's add this one. And we're going to just space it out, and then I believe that's good enough for, and then space it. I think that's good enough on that. And obviously we need to load in the hood. So specialty equipment again, domestic, mid-range, we have the hood, we need the hood. So let's go to high end, and then let's look for hood island, click on open, CM on this, and then let's flip this right about there. Check this one so that the show label is not showing, and then let's put this one in the proper height. So now we could just move this one all the way up. We could move this one MV to go up faster. This is our level right there. I know 200 it's not gonna be seen, but I'm just gonna push this one a little bit there. So it's showing there. Let's go to 3D and see what we've done. And then definitely we need to add in something right here. So double click, and we need to add some cabinets there. So select this, edit in place. This one is Gulam 36. So we're going to create extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this one. Make sure this is Coulomb 36. This is 10, and then select here, offset to 10, and then add something like this right here. And then we could just flip this one a bit at the top because we forgot to add in on 110. We forgot to add in the kick plate, so we're just doing this for now, and then just add somewhere right here in the middle. Some space right there, and then maybe we could just copy here. And then here, copy the same thing, and that is not looking good. So we could just add in big ass drawers right here. Click on offset, offset this to 10, and then click right there. And then after that, SL, split element on all of this. There we go. And then now trim and extend. And then this side as well. And then click on finish, and then finish. So it looks like that. And then we could just align this one, this face to this face, so that it's flush. We also do it right here, so that it's flush right there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finishing up our kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and as you can see, we have a lot more to do. For instance, we need to add a kick plate on here. So I'm gonna select that, edit, and then here we have void sweep, and then here we're gonna pick path. After that, select that, click here, and then edit profile, and we're able to add in right here. Usually have 100 right here, and then around 50. Select finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry. And now we have our kick plate right there. It's not visible here, but we have a kick plate there, and as you can see, it's right there. So that thing got voided, and we have a kick plate. So now I want to focus on the pantry right here. And before we do that, we need to go to Insert, Build Family. I'm gonna add in an high end right here. So go to Specialty Equipment again, Domestic, High End, and then let's add this one. It's a double. Click Open, CM on this, and then let's add it right here, and then the pantry will be here. So this thing got added. Select this so that we remove the show label, and after that we have our section right here that we can see, and we need to flip this or put it to the proper height, which is around here. At the same time, we cannot put it all the way right here, and then we're going to add in some cabinetries. Let's add in the void here first. So select that, edit, and then here we could create a void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we could select this. After that, select this one right here, and we could just add a void right about here. Click on Finish, go to 3D to expand it to the proper location, and then click on Cut Geometry, and then click on Finish. So now this will be see-through, so that's good. And then we're going to add in some cabinets right here, so we need to go back to our section. So before that, let's go to 3D and let's add in our kick plate as well. So select here, edit in place, select this void, and then void sweep, pick a path again, select this path, click on Finish, click on Modify Sweep, and click on Edit Profile. After that, you create your void form, which is, for me, this is 100, and then this is around 50. Click on Finish, and then Finish again. Click on Cut Geometry, and it will cut. After that, go to Section again, and then here we need to know what's the material that we use, so I'm gonna copy that for sure. And then after that, press Escape, create again, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select the face of this, and then this is already 10, so that's good. And what we could do is we could add an offset right here of 10 as well, and we could do something like here, spacebar, somewhere right here as well, spacebar, and then we're going to add somewhere right here, and then spacebar. So now this will look like this. We could move this one all the way. So this is 3-panel basically. What we're gonna do is we're going to add something at the top, because that's not something that we could use, but we're going to align it from this one. I'm gonna align it right here, and then align this one again using this right here. So we're good with that. We can just divide this. I'm thinking of dividing, adding something like that right here, and then offset this AL, something like that, and then adding the midpoint right here. Move this one a little bit, and then adding 10 as well. So that's looking good. And then that's the only thing we need to do is to make sure that we copy each one correctly so that it looks like it's a pattern. And then here, this will be big ones. So we could basically have around 400 maybe on each of one of them. 400 right here. Then 400 right here. So this one is 7, so around 420. And then here 420. There we go. And then we just need to copy the same thing, and then let's create an offset of that. And then let's align this. I just want to make sure that this is aligned. There we go. And then now we just need to split all of those. This one is kind of big, so I'm gonna put this one to 10 so that it's similar to right here. There we go. So SL now, split it on one side. So that's why I'm trying to put it right here. And then on this side as well. This is already done. So now trim and extend. Okay, so that's good. So now we just need to click on finish, and you miss some right here. After that, click on finish, finish, and look at it at 3D. So it looks like that. So let's just save this, and then I just want to know this one right here. This is bamboo weave. Let's go to one of the section. I think this is section right here. I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna create extrusion, pick a plane, I'm gonna add this wall and then place this, and then after that let's just add somewhere right here. So I'm gonna align it all the way right here and up to here. So click on finish and then finish. So we have that, all of that, those information right there. I want to have something right here. Maybe let's just add, because it doesn't have a casing, so I'm gonna edit this extrusion, and maybe just to add a small bit there. Something like that. AL to just delete that gap. I don't like that there is a gap there. And then we could just push this. Delete this. I'm gonna offset 10 right here. And then TR, trim and extend on this. And then actually I'm going to push this one a little bit there. This is around 7, that's fine. Let's make it 5. And then 5 here as well. After that, click on finish, and I think it looks much better without that gaps there. So that looks really good. And then here, what I want to do is I'm gonna flip this around, and I want to just add just a small like a railing there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go and add a model in place, then a generic model, and then here I'm gonna change this to wireframe so that I can see, and then I'm going to create a sweep, and then I'm gonna sketch it first. So I'm gonna sketch this. So what I'm gonna do is a rectangle somewhere right there. That's good enough. And then delete this part. I wanna see it in 3D. So click on finish, and then edit profile, and I'm gonna put in a circle. So 5. Make sure this is metal material. So go to metal, apply OK, and then click on OK. OK, and then here we're going to go to that section, and then we could just pull it up like that. Click on finish, and then in 3D, let's see how it looks. We could just move this one all the way backwards. And then we have something that looks like that. And then if we see it right here, we have something that looks like that. I'm just double checking that our kitchen is done. I think we've accomplished what we've done here. We have an access right there, and then this is actually just an entrance for this. So I'm just gonna delete this for now. We don't need it yet again. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So before we do the second floor, I want to do is to do the entertainment system right here. So let's go back to level 1. And then I want to click on the section, and then here we're going to add a section, and then let's flip this and then flip it on the other side. So now we could double click onto the section, and then we have something that looks like this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this a little bit on the left so that we don't see the coffee table and then the sofa, and then now it will look like this. I will push this one on the right so that we have enough room, and then we can see everything. So this is basically what we're gonna work on. So let's go to architecture. I'm gonna make it simple. So architecture, component, model in place, and then here we're gonna click on generic model. And then we're gonna choose extrusion and then pick a plane, which is this wall. And then here we're going to change this material to wood. So we've been adding wood lately a lot, so we're gonna use this one. I know that we haven't used this, so I'm choosing that one. And then here I'm gonna create a rectangle, and then the extrusion is just 10 because I want it to be just the background of this. And then I want to make sure to just push it all the way right here, because if we see it's just only this part, and I want to leave this part to the dining area, so only up to here. And then I want to make sure that there's 200 at the top, not 300 like this. So it's basically wall to ceiling. And then now let's click on finish. So that's good. That's for the first ideal. And then the next one would be a shelving right here. So I'm gonna click on create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this one. After that, we're gonna leave it as the same materials that we did, and then here we're gonna create a rectangle, and let's make this one something like around 700. And then here we're gonna click on rectangle again, and then offset this to 25. And then we're going to create a rectangle again, spacebar to put it in the inside. And then here we're going to create some shelvings right here. So I'm gonna create this and then offset 25. and then I'm gonna copy this and then copy it all the way down. So you want to make sure to check multiple so that we add it multiple times right here and we don't need to keep on adding those. I'm gonna leave it like that. I want some room right here so that I could put in like a big or a bigger vase with a flower on it. So SL, and then just cut it on one side so that it's easier for us to trim afterwards. And then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then obviously our extrusion end, we need to increase that. We could look at it. So I'm gonna put it at 500 for now, and then we could extend it later on. So here, there's we could show which one is we haven't done. So continue and then TR. So when you miss something, Revit will let you know. And then let's go to 3D to see how it looks. I think 500 is too much, so let's put it at 400. I think that's good enough. After this, let's go back to section. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in an like I want to add something right here that will have like a hanging shelf, so something like that. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna click here, click extrusion again, pick a plane, and then this one I want to have pick here, and then this one I want to have it from this height. And then I'm going to align it all the way right here, and then this will be, I don't want to put it right there, but this will be same thing as the one at the other side, but we're gonna flip this and we're gonna add some design right here. And then we're just going to add another one right here, and then maybe we could just mirror this, and then SL again, cut it in one side so that it's easier for us to trim and extend. So TR, trim and extend right here. And then after that, click on finish. We're going to make this around 300 only, so it will look like that. And then we're gonna add a top on that, so this will be another extrusion. Pick a plane, this wall again, but this will be something stone. So we're gonna choose something that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use slate, and then I'm just going to hang it something like that. And then this will be 300 as well. And if we check how it looks, it will look like that. So something different. And then at the same time, I want that stone to be a backing for this. So if we go to section, I'm gonna create another extrusion, pick a plane, I'm gonna choose this, and then this one, would be 10. So this slate is just a backing for our TV. We're going to make this around, I'm thinking of 100. Now it looks like this. As you can see, it looks nice. So we're gonna place the TV right here, and then I want to add in some decorative wooden elements, probably on this side, or I'm just going to add another stone material. So I'm still thinking of what I'm gonna do here. So what I'm thinking of to do is to go to section again, or level 1, and then do an extrusion, and I'm gonna choose another wood material because I wanted a different wood material now. I'm gonna use this, apply OK, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to create something right here and then right here. First, I want to double check if this is possible, so I'm gonna click on finish, and then after that edit, and then we're gonna create our design. So something like this. Obviously we're gonna split all of this. I'm gonna copy this so that everything is same distance, and then right here we could just move this along, and then I'm gonna do it on the same thing on the other side, and but this one we could add one more. And then here what we could do is we could just adjust this. Let's make sure this is aligned, and then SL, split it in one side, and then TR, trim and extend. And then let's do it right here as well. And then let's click on finish, and then let's go to 3D so that we could extend it upwards like this. We could use align so that to check if everything is aligned properly. I think that's good enough. And that's our entertainment system right here. Click on finish. If we go to section again, or let's go to level 1, and then let's add a TV. So load, go to family, go furniture, and then here we have a flat screen. Click on open, CM, let's put this one right here, and then go to section, put it in the middle, and then here what we could do is let's remove the stand, and then here we could just increase this. So that looks good. we have it right about in the middle. So at least we have something that looks like this. It looks nice and it looks elegant. And then if you want to, you could put in some lights around here. Definitely you could add that and then it will really be good. You could put lights below or above right here as well on each shelves, so that when you put it in Twinmotion and you choose neon as your light, it will create that beautiful effect. So you can put it around the TV as well, or on the side if you want to, or under this shelf. So, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I want to add a separation right here, but instead of just a wall, I want that wall to have like a fireplace. So that fireplace would be for both of this room, and I think it will look nice to have that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on model in place again, generic model, press OK, and then here click on extrusion. We're gonna choose a stone material, and then click on stone, and then probably we haven't used this, so that's good. And I'm just going to create something right here in the middle. I think that there's enough space for this one, and we have so much opening here, so that could be the reason that you could just estimate this is 1800 by 600, and then we're gonna click on finish. At the same time, if you notice, it's 100 only, but we could just estimate this one to be around this high. And then here we could create or add, so I'm gonna finish this first. Let's add a section so that we could see it properly. So double click on here, go right there, and then we have somewhere right here that we could add. Select that, edit in place, and then go here, and then we're going to basically create another one. So create extrusion, and then this one we could set this at, pick a plane here, and then this we're going to select this one, and then click on there, and then finish here. Go to section, we're going to put it all the way at the top. So right now we have something that right there. We're gonna pull this one like that as well. As of now, we don't know the distance right here from the ceiling. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep on putting this right here. Maybe we could use this as our guide. So we just need 200 from the top so that it doesn't interfere. This is good enough. And then after that, go back right here, because we will need to add the glass. So I'm gonna select this one as well, edit, and then here create an extrusion, and this will be glass. So we need to type in glass right here, and then choose one of this one. So select that, click apply, okay. We're gonna pick a plane. We're gonna choose this plane again, and then here let's add in the glass, and then an offset, so the thickness of the glass, let's do 10, so maybe 25, and then flip it going inside. Click on finish and see it in 3D or in section, and then we could just pull this one up. So it's like a aquarium, but we have something that looks like this. I think this is too high, so we could just put it like this. There's gonna be flames here, and then we could just add something like that. And if we see it in 3D and with realistic view, that will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the entertainment system, as you can see, and then we have this modern fireplace, so that will have or would be for both of this area, so the dining and then the living area. So now what I'm planning to do is to create a patio right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and then here what I'm gonna do is going to architecture and then model in place, and then here we could use generic model and then press OK. So we're going to create our base first, so I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then here what we could do is we could choose one of the wood materials. So I'm gonna choose something that we haven't used yet, so oak red. So I'm gonna remember that oak red, and then hopefully it doesn't go right here. And then now I'm gonna create a square support, so around maybe 200 by 200, and then I'm gonna copy this as well, CO, and I'm gonna copy it on this corner, and then I'm gonna copy it again to place right here. I think that's good enough size and good enough cover. After that, click on finish, and we go to 3D so that we know where to put it afterwards. So maybe a little bit high from level 1. I think that's good enough. And then after that, go back right here. What I want to do, so let's go and finish. I want to add in a section first so that we can handle this nicely. Double click right here, so we have our section created. We can extend this if we want to, so that we could see everything. So this is the wall, and then we have the 4 support. So now let's go back right here, so select this, edit in place, and then create an extrusion. We're going to create an extrusion, but on the ground floor, so we're gonna pull it up later on. So here we need to put at least at least 4 or maybe just 2. I'm gonna do 4 instead so that everything is squared. So I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then I'm gonna set this one. I'm gonna pick a plane. It doesn't matter because we're going to pull it up anyway. So I'm going to create something that is over this. So I'm just going to add it right there. Move this one a little bit. And then pull this one a little bit up like that. And then I want 100 offset, spacebar, select that one right there, and then click on finish. Same material, go to section, and then pull it up all the way there. And then we want to maintain at least 100 thickness. And then that's good enough. I think that's good enough. And then we could create the joist, the decorative joist afterwards. So it's going to be at the top here. But what I want to do is lower this a little bit down. So something like that, so that we have enough space for the plank to be placed at the top. So we're going to have it facing here, and then we're gonna add some decorations. So after this, let's go to ground floor again, and then now I know it's not visible, but we're gonna imagine the plank going right here. So now we're gonna click on extrusion again and make sure that it's oak red, and then here we're going to add something that looks like this. We could extend it a little bit to give it some design right there, and then let's click on finish, go to section. In section it will look like this, but we're going to pull it up. We're gonna make it nicely thin like this. We can put it all the way right here, and then if we see it, it will look like that. Obviously we could extend it a little bit more if we want to, but that's your design. It's up to you. So now we're going to just design this one. So before we do anything else, we need to I'm planning on adding another section on this side. So I'm gonna click on finish, and then go to ground, click on right here, section, and then let's add it right here. Flip it so that we can see it, and then just do it like that. So I'm gonna double click here, so this will be our section 2, and then we could do something right here by selecting this again, edit in place, select here, and actually we need to create a void extrusion on this. Pick a plane, we're going to choose this plane, and then now we need to create some design. What you can do is you can have something like this. I'm going to pull this one back a little bit. That's too much. And then let's give it something like that. And then do it like this. So now click on finish. Look at it at 3D. We could extend this if we want to. And then cut. So now it looks like that. After that, let's go to ground floor again. Here we cannot see it. Let's see if we could see it on level 1 or level 2. So level 2 we can see it. Select that. We could array, choose last, and then what we can do is put in the numbers, probably 20 you want, and then select right here and then up to right here. Press OK, and we want to check it out. So our void is only on this part, so now we could just extend this, and then once we extend that, we can cut that afterwards. So select this, and then it's something that you won't see, but you know that it's there. So the first thing you need to do is select the wood first and then the void. So like that, you just need to add. So I know it's repetitive, but it's something that we need to do, unfortunately. And then there you go. And then it's up to you if you want to do it on the other side as well. But that looks good. It looks complete now, having that one there. So now we can click on finish. And what we need to add more is some details right here. So what I'm planning to do is go to the section 2. I want to add a support right here. So I think by adding those supports and then supports on the other side as well, it will look nicer. So select that, edit in place, create extrusion, and then we're gonna choose this one right here. And then once we choose that, we need to create a slanted support right here. And then we want to mirror that so that it's the same. So I'm gonna look where our midpoint is. And then now we need to click on finish, go to 3D so that we can see it much better. And then here we just need to AL, align it right here. And then here we could just manually push it back. So I'm going to base it from this part right here. AL, right here. AL on that. And then AL on this. There we go. That looks good. And then we just need to copy that on the other side. So what we need to do is I'm gonna go to section 1. I think that's much better. I'm gonna grab it there, CO, and what we're gonna do is copy it from here, and then let's look at it again in 3D, and then we could just align it again. There we go. And then we're just going to do the other one on this side. So let's go to section again. For this one, I want to double check because I didn't see how the angle was. So I'm gonna edit extrusion, and I want to know my angle. So it's around probably 25. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then go to section again. Let's do it right here. Extrusion again. Pick a plane and then choose this plane. And then after that, make sure everything is good. And then this is 25 slant. And then in terms of thickness, you'll be the judge of that. Around 200 probably. That's good enough. Or we could just check the thickness right here. Around 151. So let's do the same thing. Add it right here. 151 to be consistent. Select that and then mirror in the midpoint. And for some reason this one is off a little bit. So let's double check here. MI, or select here, mirror. Let's look for the midpoint. And then it's really off, but it's not too big. So I'm gonna move this one up to here, and that looks good. I'm gonna click on finish again, look at it at 3D, and then align it, AL, and then align it again. And then go to level 2. Maybe it's visible here. I'm just gonna go to section, section 2. I'm gonna highlight that, copy, and then grab it from this corner. Make sure constraint is unchecked so that you can change it, and then just align it with the face right here. There we go. So that looks good. And then it looks complete and I'm happy with the design. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create this patio gazebo. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to start on level 2 now. So click on level 2, save your project first. And then if you want, we could delete this now. We don't need the sections anymore. And then as you can see on level 2, the underlay is, we have our underlays on. We have it on base level, but we're gonna use that first. Because what we're gonna do is we're going to add our exterior wall first, and then our interior walls, and then after that we're gonna hide some of this, or we're gonna hide the underlay so that it doesn't show. As at the moment it's gonna be confusing because we have everything right now. So now what I'm gonna do is, so now select here and then CS, so that's create similar. So what I want to do is to basically create everything. So here we start at B. So this is the one that we added. So we're going to go after B3, and then after that we're going down C3, and then go to C4 or C5, and then basically just copying this. So we go to E, and then here we have this one, and then we might pull this one all the way back because we're going to add in, so we're going to add in a balcony on our bedroom, so we might extend that later on. So here we're just copying everything and then go to finish right here. So we have our exterior wall. Now we're gonna do our interior wall, so we could just select this one, CS, and then from here we start by connecting this wall right here and then connecting it all the way right here, and then here we could close this off. So we close this off by just using the line. So this is grid line number 4, and then we have a grid line number 5 right here that we're going to extend as well. And actually we need to push this back all the way right here to this grid line. So this is grid line number 4 as well. So this one, and then this one should be connected right here, and then closing this off. And then here we need to close this off as well. So this is basically, we have a space right here that is open below. So now we're going to close this off, and then later we're gonna remove this, and then we could put in a railing here so that it's we could see it from here. After that, CS on this, and then we could close this off now. So put a wall right here, and then wall right about here, and then close this off. So this one we could align it AL, and then align it from here. So hopefully you guys can follow. We could just basically delete this now, and then what we could do is we could add in we can add in the floor so that we know everything that we need to add. And then after this, close this off again. And then this is already closed off. And then here we have 2 bedrooms right here. So you just need to add a wall there. And then obviously we have a big room right here. We're gonna close it off on this grid line. So that is number 2 grid line. And then this is basically, we divide this 2, and this will be for our washroom, our ensuite, and this is for our walk-in closet, and this will be our main or master's bedroom right here. This is another bedroom, number 1, with its washroom, and then this 2 bedroom will have its shared bathroom right here. So if we remove our underlay to put it to none, it will look like this. So now what I want to do is to add in a floor so that we can see much better. So I'm gonna click on architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate, and then click on OK, edit, and then here we need to change this to gypsum wallboard. And then after that, we click on pick line, and we pick everything right here. And then obviously we don't need this part. And also the one right here for the, so there's a lot of cleaning to do. And then here would be our one as well. So TR, trim and extend right here. We don't need it right here. Unjoin element. And then we could trim and extend right here. I believe this is good. If not, Revit will let us know anyway, so we just need to have this one open, connect all of this. This is right here, and then we have also somewhere here. So this is open and this should be open as well. So that's the trick that we have right here. What we can also do is to create a shaft instead, so that we don't need to worry about anything like this. But I know that we need this one to go all the way. So let's see this. Let's continue, trim and extend right here, unjoin, and then we need something right here. And then trim and extend. Obviously, we need to review everything. It's kind of confusing. Don't attach. Let's look at it at 3D first and see how it looks. So this is both open and then open right here. So I think we did it correctly. So I'm gonna click on save first and let's continue. And then now, when you're seeing this, what you need to do is select that, click right here, attach top base, and then here it will disappear like that. So just do it with some of this, and you'll be able to remove those overlapping walls. And then after that, what we could do is we could click on modify and then paint, and then we need to choose one wood right here. I'm gonna use teak, and then as you can see, that looks really good. And then after that, we need to add a glass right here and also a glass right about here. So let's go to level 2, and then here click wall, and then we're gonna use curtain wall. We're gonna add a curtain wall right here, flip it on the other side so that it looks like it's connected right here. Something like that. And then another one. Connected right here. And then if we check it out, it will look like that. And obviously we need to pull it down to our height. So around 900 is good enough. So negative 2100. And then let's do the same thing right here, align it, and then do it right here. So it will look like that, and everything lines up properly. And then let's make sure there's no gap there, and then push it all the way right here. I think that's good enough, and if we check it, that looks like that. So I'm happy. And then here we just need to do the same thing, just checking if there is an overlay there. So now let's go back to level 2, and one thing we could do is we could put back the underlay. So let's put down level 1 underlay again. It's because one of the reason that we could do that, we should do that, is we have the doors already added, and also the bed. So if we do this, CS, and then flip it right here, we'll be able to add the beds right away. So we could add it right here, and also some of this one. So CS on that. So it's easier to just add everything, and then it will basically copy the height as well. So you don't need to put it or put the elevation there. It will copy the elevation. The only thing that it will change is the schedule. So basically it will be placed on the level 2. This one is from level 1. It's because you're in level 2, that's why it recognized that it will be placed at this level. So here, even this one, let's add it right here. Even the sink, let's put this back on this spot, and then we're going to add in the shower right here. And then we have the shower already here, so CS on that. Place it back right there, and then right here, because it's basically the same size. And as you can see, we have enough room to add there. And then now here we have 750. Let's do the same thing. So let's add it for the washrooms, and for the rooms, that's 850 by 2000, CS on that, and let's add it on the rooms right here, and then here as well, and then on this side. So this is how fast you can add it, because we're using the underlay, and then we're using create similar, and then just like that we have everything already have it right here. And though we just need to keep on placing everything, and then now I think we have everything that we need to add. So now we could just put on none, and then now we just need to clean this up. So CS on this, as the other one is over the wall. We could copy this and then add it right here, and then here we could push this all the way right here, and then copy this again and push this one all the way right here on this side. I think it's better if we push it all the way there, and then we could add in the closet right about here, closet right here, and then we should add this one right here as well, and then this one. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on this part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, you were able to start level 2 already. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is add in the beds first. So let's finish all the beds. So CS on that, spacebar to rotate, and then let's add it right here, and then the side table or the nightstand on the sides right here. And we want to make sure that this is aligned beside the bed so that everything looks nice. And then here CS on this and add it on the top. And then also let's add it on this side. So for this, what we could do is we could add in the bed. So I want to do is add the bed first right here, and we will add in basically the closet on that side as well. And then let's move this one all the way right here just to give it some space. And then after that, what we can do is we can open this up. So this is wall opening. I'm gonna select that and then create a opening right here, and then we will have the closet right here on this side, the walk-in closet. So after that, what we can do next is we could basically add the washroom right here, CS. Gonna add it right here, and then this will be the shower as well. And this one, we have it big right here, so instead of shower, probably we could add in, so here we could add 2 sink. Yeah, let's just add shower right here. I was thinking of adding a tub. So this is 1750. So select that, edit, duplicate number 2, and then we have 1715. Click OK, and then as you can see, it's stretched all the way there, and it looks nicer. And then right here, because we have enough space, and this is a shared one, so 2 sink would be nice. And then obviously we need to add the countertop there, or the top. So we're gonna use thin line instead. So we're going to add something like that, and then something right here as well, and then like this. So now it looks like that. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add a closet. So I want to double check if we have, so we have this one right here, so CS on this and go to level 2, and then now we'll be able to add in a closet right here, a closet on this side, so around 700 will be good enough. on both sides. And then here we could just push it to 700, and that's good enough. And for level, we have it at 700 as well, and we can see us on this. So let's add it there, on this side, and on this side as well. And then because we have this one already added, it's so easy to just see us on those annotations. And as you can see, it's very easy to add, and it's quickly, we don't need to look for it. And the only thing that we need to do is we just need to put it in consistent distance. So I think that's good enough. So now we have all of this there. I'm going to add an annotate right here to represent the closet. I think the distance here is around, let's put it at 700 and 700 as well. And then I'm happy with that. And then actually we could just make it bigger because we have enough space here. And then here we need this one to represent that we have levels there. We have shelvings, and that looks good. I'm happy with what we accomplished here. And then we could add in probably a study area right here. So we could go insert, load family, and then tables. We have a desk that we could add, override existing version, CM. So those desks, it's probably already here. So type in just desk, and then let's add this one right about here. And then load family again, seating, and then we have executive right here, and then CM again, and let's just add it right here. So I'm happy with that. And then obviously we need to go to our 3D and add in the glass. So we're gonna use curtain wall again, and then in some of them we will have balconies. So in terms like here, this will be balcony, and then balcony as well, and then we have a balcony right here, and then also a balcony. So we will have those things added. So what we could do is we could go and add architecture, and then floor, and then we have this floor again, number 6. I believe this is just gypsum wallboard for the material, but we're gonna use that. Here it's easy because we could just select that and then add it all the way there, here as well. And then here we could copy the way the sizing that we created here. So copy this so that everything is similar, and then here as well. For this one, how big was it? So I'm probably gonna make it 1200. That's too much. 1200 as well. I'm happy with that, so I'm gonna click finish, don't attach, and then now we have something that looks like that. And then from here we will make it nicer. So let's add in the curtain wall first. So click here, drop down curtain wall, and then obviously we need to add curtain wall right here. Flip it like that. Obviously right here as well. Flip it like that, and then here we could just move this one right about here because we have enough room. CS, let's add it right here. Flip it, and then CS on this as well. Let's just add it right here. Obviously, like I said, I always want some room right here. I don't want it to be too much or too over. And then here we could just move it a little bit so that it doesn't feel like it's too much there. I think that's good enough. And then here we could just move this one backwards a little bit because we have enough space here. So now click on modify, click on cut, select windows first and then wall. So wall and then window, wall and then curtain wall, wall again and then curtain wall. So everything is cut. We can also get some curtain walls right here as well, so why not make it nice right here, and that's more than enough. So cut and then cut it there, and then after that go right here and we're going to set the height first for 1. So for this one we set the height, I think this is good enough height, AL. So you select everything again, so AL, align everything, and then align it there. So once that's done, everything except for this two would be the same. It will remain on the bottom, and for this one it's only at the top because this is washroom, so we don't need it too much right there. So AL and then right here. So now everything looks like that. And then let's go to level 2 again because I want to add the roof. So here I'm gonna select architecture, click on roof, edit, duplicate here. This will be roof number 1. Click OK, edit this thickness to be 200, and then the material. Let's put gypsum wallboard, and then we're gonna paint the other materials once we're done with this. So here, before you click anything, what we need to do is put it on level 3. The reason that I chose level 2 so that I could see everything, and then we could basically override the base level anyway. So that's a trick that you can do. And then before you click, also make sure to uncheck this one. So here I want to make sure that just the perimeter, you want to add those, not everything. And then right here we need to go over and then now we need to trim and extend on all corners. And then I'm sure I'm missing something, but let's just click finish first. And lucky enough, there's nothing. But after that, we have something that looks like that. We need to hover on one of the wall exterior and then click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior, select it, and then here we top offset this to around 400. So we're gonna create a parapet on top. And then like I said, we need to go to modify, click on paint, and then we are going to assign a materials here, asphalt. And then here we go, select that and then click it right here. So now our ceiling is gypsum wallboard, and then here we have that one. And then definitely we need to add the mullions, but before that, let's put in curtain grid. Here we just want in the middle so that it looks like similar to the bottom, that it's being opened separately. And then here what I like to do is add 500 at the top first, and then go into midpoint and see how much we do. So we could do this one as 1/3 and it snaps. So here we could do, if we do 1/3 it's too much, so we could half this and it will look still nice. And then 500 at the top, and then 500 at the top, and then midpoint again, and then midpoint here as well. And then before we add mullions, actually we could add the mullions now. So click on mullion, all grid, and then 50 by 65. So select that right there. And then obviously we need to add the door. So I'm gonna add it here. So we need to delete that, because there shouldn't be a mullion if there's a door there. So delete here and then delete that. And then after that, what we need to do is we need to go to insert, load family, and let's go to the main and look for a door. And then we have single. So this is very important. You need to load this, click on open. After that, what you need to do is we need to just put your cursor into the curtain grid and then click on tab. And you want to make sure that it's only highlighted to the panel that you want your glass door. So I'm gonna select that. Once you select that, you'll be able to go to this drop down and then add that one. Don't worry about the orientation. We're gonna deal with that later on. So let's add all of this first. So click on tab, it highlights that, and then click on the curtain door. Let's do it right here, and also onto this one, and then do that. So after that, go to level 2 in order to change the orientation. So here we need to flip this and then flip it like that. You want it to be going from the outside. Flip it right here and then just flip it going there. So now everything looks good. And then in the next video, we're going to continue working on this and we're going to design everything. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the second floor. We added the windows, we added the doors, and then we added the mullions and the roof. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is make this the same material. So here I can see that the joint connection is not that I want. So here I'm gonna go to level 1, and then I want this one to be all full, and this is the one that connected. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my modify, and then here click on wall joints, and then once you see this, you select the connection. So I'm gonna select this connection, and we want it to be squared off. So now it's giving you some options. So here, once we click next, it will do what you wanted to do. So I want it to be full, and then this one is the budding joint. So now once we do that, we need to just move this so that everything is connected. Let's go now to 3D, and then here, this is where we're going to change this. So I'm going to select this for now, and then we're going to determine which material are we going to use. So this is the brick common cray. So I'm going to copy this, and I want to make sure that this is what I use for this part. But before we do that, we need to split face this. So under modify, we have split face, or you can type in SF. So SF, and then select the face. After you select the face, you will need to create a line in order for you to tell Revit that this is the limit that you want. So we want to split this face into two. So now once you click finish, and then after that, you need to click on paint, and then search for the same materials that this one have. Select this one, and then click here. So now everything looks the same, and it will be for all the border walls. So now after this, let's go and finish off the gate. So let's go to ground, and then here what we'll have is we have the gate right here. So I'm gonna SL, and I'm gonna split this part. This is where we have our walkway right here, and then here, this is where we have our gate. So I'm giving it some space, and then now we could delete this because we want to add a gate there. So if we go to 3D, it will look like this for now, and obviously we're gonna make this nice. But before we do that, let's add some stairs right here. So I'm gonna select this one, and then I'm gonna know which material that I use here. Control A and then Control C to copy that, and then click apply. Okay, and then now we're going to create a model in place. So I'm just gonna use a model in place so that it's easier for me to do the modeling of the stairs right here. So here I'm just going to use rectangular, and then here we could add one right here, and then another one at the top. So that's 100, and then here we need to add the concrete, and then now we need to click on finish. After that, create extrusion again. Let's set the plane. So we're gonna pick the plane, and then on top of this, and then we're going to add another one. So now we have our stairs, and then it will be another 100, and then now we could click on finish, and then here you go. We could add in, we could basically add an extrusion to 150 um, or 200 each, so that we could come up to the level there. So here I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit, I'm gonna select this, and then we're going to make this one 150, and then this one another 150, and then here we can extend this part. That's what I like about model in place. We could basically manipulate it easily, and then after that another extrusion, but on top of this. So set, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select there, and then here another one, and then now click on finish, and then finish again, and then here we're at the same level as what we have before, so that looks much better. And then obviously we could move this one a little bit inside, so we could grab here and then just edit this one right here, and then it's easy to manipulate there. So at least we have something that looks like this, and it looks nice now. And then after that, let's try and add our gate now. So let's go to our south elevation, and then here we could pick the plane on this one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, model in place, and then this will be another generic model. Press OK, and then click on extrusion, but we need to pick a plane, and then we could choose this one, the wall, and then the border wall, and then here we need to change this to a metal material. So I'm gonna choose one of here, and then aluminum, or that one is already been added, so I'm gonna choose this one. And then after that, select rectangle, and then obviously we need to add rectangles right here. And then before we do that, we need to select here and then nudge it a little bit on the side. The reason for that is obviously we have some hinges there, so I don't want to give it too much of that without gap, so that's why I'm doing this, to make it look realistic enough. And then here we could offset this to probably 50, and then select spacebar in order for your offset to go inside. After that, click on finish, and then let's go back to ground floor to see how we want it to be pushed. So I'm gonna push it right here, and then push it at least the midpoint of this door right here, or the wall right here. So I'm just gonna put it like that, and then after this I want to see how it looks. So I want to change the look, so I'm probably gonna create a slanted or just a straight like straight horizontal grills. So I'm gonna create an extrusion again, pick a plane, and I'm gonna choose this one, and then here we need to create this thing right here, and then obviously it's too small, so I'm gonna give it something like that, so the gap will be good. After this, I'm gonna click on finish first, go back to ground floor, and then we could go to 3D in order for us to see, and then let's just push it like that, and then go it from the inside like that. Now it's looking like this, and then we go back to south, and then because we already created this, now we could use array, and then with this array we could put this one as 20, and then put this one at the last, and then here we could set the gap up to here, and then it will create the gap for us. And as you can see, it looks nice. We could press escape, or we could just, let's do it again. I'm gonna put 20 and then last. I'm gonna grab it, and then I'm gonna put this one right here, and then let's click on finish first and press OK. Now if we see, it looks like this, and it looks much better, a different look, the slanted gate. Now we just need to create 2 more of this similar on this side. So let's go back to south. Let's see if we could just copy this so that we will have a bigger gate. So I'm gonna create edit, and then let's see if we could just copy this. So CO, copy it from the corner right here, and then let's see if this one would be good enough to be placed onto this. And unfortunately the gap is not good enough, but we could always just extend this. So I'm gonna edit the extrusion, and let's just move this one a bit in the middle like that. Click finish, and then we're good. And then here, edit group, we just need to push this one all the way there, and then it will follow along, and then finish on that. Obviously we're gonna do it on the other side, and then here we could just click on that, and then edit extrusion, select here, and then move this one to the middle like that. Give it a bigger gap so that it looks better. Select this one, edit group, and then push this one all the way, and then everything will follow along. Click on finish, and then hopefully everything looks good. At the same time, as you can see, this one goes over, so it's not actually very straightforward. So we just need to adapt or edit. So let's go back right here, edit, and then ungroup this, and we just need to fix, and then now we need to fix the others. Edit this one, let's fix this one right here. Let's see if everything will follow. So that one followed, and then everything followed. Now this one, we need to edit group, and let's see, because this one is connected to this, that's why unfortunately what we'll need to do is we need to ungroup all of this. because we need to ungroup them. Now we need to manually do this on each of them. But that's fine because you were able to do it quickly anyway. So this is just an extra work. So we're just basically doing this. Rather than doing this one at a time, at least we were able to add everything and align everything. And by using array, it helped us do this much better. And then by just copying everything as well, that's a big win already. So I'm gonna click on finish on that. And then after that, we just need to fix this one. So I'm gonna edit, and then here we need to ungroup all of this. So once we ungroup everything, now we could manually do everything like this. At the same time, I want to do one more thing. Maybe I just want an extra. So I'm gonna edit this and probably add an extrusion right here. This will be 50 as well. And then delete this one. And then SL. I'm gonna slice this and then trim. And then click finish. And then here, what we need to do is we're going to move this one at a time onto the other side. And then probably we're going to add a panel right here on this side. So just to make it or to look much better, we're going to fix that afterwards. And then just be patient and do in each and every one of them. And then once we're done, we can appreciate what we've done, and then it's just a couple anyway. We're almost done. And then here, after that, I'm just going to create an extrusion and then pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane. And then here, I will put in a wood material. Just to change. So here, click wood and then one of this. Apply, okay, and then click on finish. And then let's go to 3D and see how it looks. And then here we definitely just need to push it back. So we need to push this one back. I'm going to align this one at the back, AL, and then right here, and then align this one as well, and then there. So By just adding that, it looks much better. At the same time, I want to add the house number there. So I'm gonna go to south elevation and then go to architecture, and then here we have a model text, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this. Press OK. So here I'm gonna select that model text, and for some reason this one is reversed. So let me just fix this. It's probably reversed because of the way this one was placed, but what we can do now is we could put this one. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of there, I'm gonna pick a plane on this, and then after that we could just move it later on. So here we could put in 25. We could edit this type, duplicate, and then here we could just put 200, and then after that the text we put 67, and then we could just put it right here, and then maybe we could just pick this one afterwards. And yes, just select this and pick new, and then as you can see it picked there, and we could just put it at the center. So I think it looks much better having that one there. It's probably good if we should add this one on the side as well, but it's up to you if you're gonna do that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the gate. The only thing that I did offline is I added this one onto our gate as well, for the car gate. And then I kind of push it outside so that it looks indented there. So that's what I did. And also when I see this, I don't like the look that our main door is on the side. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this out. So first, we need to put this one to probably around 15 by 2000. So I'm gonna change this. The reason for that is so that I could push this all the way right here, so that I could attach a wall right here, and then it will have connected into our stairs. So AL on this so that we could align it, and then here we could just move this one all the way right here and delete this. So now it's looking like this, but don't worry, we're going to pull this back, and then what will happen is we're probably going to extend this a little bit. That's too much there. And then here we're going to move this door onto this side. So CS, and then add this one right here. This one, pick a new host, and then we're going to put this one right here, and this will be pushed back. and then detach. I think that's much better now. And here we could add in probably a double door. So what we could do is go to insert, load family, and then residential doors. And then we have probably this one right here. I'm gonna choose the 1500 by 2000. And then this is a system family, so DR, and then add it right there. And I'm happy with what it looks. We could basically just move this one a little bit in the middle, and we have more space. And then at the same time, what we could do here is we could close this off, and this will be a closet space. We could add a smaller one, like that. And then here we could just duplicate this and make this one probably 1000. So it fits right here, fits to the closet. And then after this, we could just add our annotation. We're going to just add something like that, and then a broken line right here. And at least this is fixed and it looks much better. And if we see it in 3D, that is really much better in terms of look. So even though it's like that, it's, I think there's more space. And then this one we could even pull more so that we have enough room here. And then our entrance is just about right. I think that's good enough. So I'm happy with the changes that we did, and we have added a closet, and then there's more room, and I feel like it's much better. So now what we can do is we can create our site. So we need to go ground floor, and then we already have the grass site, so CS on this, and then we could add it on the other side. So on this side we need to add also on this side, so the more the better. And then we could just trim and extend once we have it connected. And then here we could just delete this and delete this, and then now we can just trim and extend on all of this, and we can extend this a little bit more. And obviously we're going to add on the other side as well, and we need to give some space for this part. And then now let's click finish, don't attach, and then I just want to double check what it looks now. And then obviously we need to add our sidewalk and then our grounds right here. So the road, we need another floor. Edit type, duplicate 7 now. And then here we need a concrete floor. Let's pull this one up, click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. And then we just need to add it from here to there first. And then after that, we need to add our sidewalks. So let's go and select that floor again. And then for this one, we need to offset this to at least, I'm thinking of 100. And then here we just need to put this thickness to 100 as well. And then we just need to add it first and then edit later. 2000 is good enough. I think that's a good enough. So this one is up there, and then obviously we need to do something right here. So I'm going to edit, and then we're going to change this to up to right here, and then we have another one right here, and then right here. And then SL, split this part, or we could just remove it because we split it to the correct part right there, and then use fillet art in order for us to do this. So 900, this one, put it to 900, and then let's be consistent, and then 900 as well. Click on finish, and let's look at it. That looks much better. Now I'm thinking of adding something onto the outside, but we need to push this a little bit more. I want to push this onto right here, up to the edge, this one as well, up to the edge, and this one. And definitely this one as well, just to make it look much better. And then we're going to add something right here. I want to add something right here as well, some opening, and then right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on south elevation first, edit profile, and then we could create an opening on right here, and then let's click on finish, and then right here as well, let's add an opening. And then let's push this a little bit, and then click finish. And then now let's see how it looks. So that is what it looks. And then we just need to create something like this so that it looks much better. So let's do a model in place right here. And then this one is aluminum, so I'm gonna use this as well, and then we're gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, put this one right here, and then offset 50, so that we're consistent. Spacebar to go inside. Click finish. Do the same thing right here. Pick a plane. And then offset this one. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So I'm going to align this. And then align it right there. Align it, and then align it there. And it's I kinda like this part, that it's inclined there. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go to my ground floor, and we're going to add something there, right there, but it's not visible. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna change this to wireframe, and even in wireframe it's not showing. So I'm gonna show you how to do it. You need to go to view, click here, and then plan region, and then you basically wants to see something right here, and then change the view range. So that's how you do it. I want the ground floor, I want it at 100, I want it at probably 6,000. Click apply. You can put unlimited right here. Top is level or unlimited, and then the cut plane is around 5,000, and then at least this one is being shown, so unlimited. So at least this one was shown, and then you can change it to wireframe. So you're basically just creating a view range for this plan region. So it's very useful. You can use that definitely. So here I'm going to select that, edit in place. I'm going to select here, and then I'm just going to add something like this. Just change it to 50. And then same material, click finish, and then array this, and then make it last, and this is probably 15. And it will space it out properly like that. Click finish. And then let's do it on the same time on this side. Edit, create an extrusion, but we should double check the height first, because it's probably right here. So I'm gonna go to south and make it wireframe. So I'm gonna edit, I'm gonna pull it first. So you want to make sure to do this first before you do anything else. Click finish, and it will follow along. Now you could just put this back to hidden. Then now here we could do the extrusion, let's set this one and let's try and pick this one right here, and then create the same thing, and then here 50, click finish, do array. This one is probably 20. This is a lot bigger, and then a wider, so you can just do this first. Let's go to south elevation first and extrude this to the proper size. You can use a line. And then go back to ground floor, select that, and then use array now. Then put 20, and then put it at the last. Click finish, and then press OK. And then now, once we see this, it will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish modeling the gate. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to model some of the objects that I want to model right here. And what I want to do now is delete this floor. So basically these floors are the balconies, and we have also balconies right here. So instead of floor, I'm gonna create it from using model in place instead, so that I could manipulate it fast. So here I'm gonna delete this, and what I want to do first is to change this. So I'm gonna delete some of this. So I'm gonna delete the curtain grids first, and then what I want to do is to make it smaller. So I need to go to level 2, and then here I just need to make it smaller so that I could add in some designs on this side. So here I have enough thing to work on, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it flush on this side. So I know that I don't like doing this, but in terms of the design, I want to do this. So now I'm just editing the design like that. Next thing is I want to separate these two walls right here, and then change this one to the budding walls. So what I'm gonna do is come here and then go to modify, and then select this wall joints, and then change this wall joint to squared, and then click on next. And I just want to do that. After that, SL, and then we're going to just split this one. I'm thinking of splitting it somewhere right here, so that I could, or maybe we don't need to split it anymore. I just need to push it up a little bit so that there's a change in elevation from here. So I'm happy. I think I'm good enough with this height. Just a big change in elevation only on this side. And then after that, we could put back the grids So right now we only have, we can make it as 3 and then 500 again. And then after that, click on mullions and all mullion, delete the one below. And then after you delete that, you do, and let's add in or change the door panel. And then let's go back right here and then just flip it on the other side. And then now we're good with this. We need to go to our section or our south elevation instead, so that we can see it much better. Now that we have a change in elevation, at least in our view, it's not always flat. So just adding a little bit of that gives it more of a open space kind of look, and it will make our building a lot bigger. So now what I'm planning to do is, so I'm just estimating how much top offset, so probably 9. So next thing we're gonna do is I'm going to change the shape of the roof, so only for this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture and then I'm gonna click on roof, and then we're gonna click on roof by extrusion, and then we're gonna pick a plane, and then we're gonna pick this wall right here. And then after that, we're going to create our design. So I'm planning on having this kind of roof. And then we need to at least have this one right here, because we're going to extend this part right here. So I'm going to have this. Okay, and then now I'm gonna offset this to around 200. And then after that, put it to 0 again. And I'm going to connect them. Trim it. And then trim it. Click finish. So before that, let's see what's the error is. So here we actually don't need to add this anymore, because the thickness is already created by that. So let's go to 3D and then see how it looks. So I'm gonna pull it out and then have it like this one right here. And then by doing so, what we're gonna do is we're going to attach this part right here, the one that is, so you select the wall and then attach on top base, and then select the roof. So we're gonna do this multiple times, except for this ones, because we're going to attach it to all the way up. And then here we just need to keep on going around and then attaching it, and it will edit itself, as you can see. And then here I'm going to have it extended a bit outside, and then select this one. We're still going to keep this roof right here, because we will of course we will have rafters here and those kind of stuff. So this is for the ceiling, so that it looks like this on the inside. So you can do is select them multiple times, by clicking on Control button, and then after that select this one, and then it will be selected all the way at the top. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're going to extend it all the way at the top. So as you can see, I'm going to, for the look of this, I'm going to our south elevation, and I just want to see the way the elevation looks. So I think this is perfect. We will have this look right here, and actually I'm going to extend this all the way at the top, and then have this one also slanted, so we will have a nicer look for this one. And then also here, we're probably going to extend it all the way to the wall, and then have this one all glass. So now I'm gonna align it AL, align it from the top to this top right here, making sure that everything is aligned. Okay, and then of course we need to close it off. So we just need to go to our second floor or our third floor, and then here we could add another wall right here to close it off. But once we're on 3D, what we can do is we could just pull this one up, because we don't need it, we only need it from the ceiling part. So we could do it multiple ways. At the moment I'm just fixing the top part, and then you could definitely make it nicer. But here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it in wireframe, or maybe hidden line, and then we just need to grab, we can offset this from the base. It's actually good already, because it's already from the level 3 base. So if you think about it, it's from here, so it's not actually all the way down. So we're good with that. We just need to cover it from the top if you want to. So it's really up to you if you're gonna do that. I'm also going to edit the profile again, and then just at least move it more like that, so we have that offset as well. So it's up to you how much, but I'm just checking it on my visual. If it looks good, I'll be happy enough. So now here, curtain, I'm going to edit that. I'm gonna make this one extended. I'm going to double check it first, because I want it to be all the way to the end. I'm gonna extend it all the way there, and then this is already extended, and then this one as well, all the way to the wall now. And then we could just redo the mullions and how it looks. So I'm gonna edit the profile. You have to go to your south elevation, and then you can extend this, and then we're going to slant it as well. So around here, I think this is good enough. I want to make sure it's the same angle, so that it looks good enough. So now here we need to delete that. I don't like the angle that it created, so I'm going to fix it again and then just see how it looks. So that looks good there, so I'm happy with that. And then let's go to this one again, and then this one is going to be subtle, not too much, but the same idea as well. So trim and extend, and then trim and extend, and then just delete the extra. Click finish, delete the mullion, because we're going to make sure that we fix those. And then here as well, we're going to do the same idea. So let's go to our south, or our north elevation. So let's go to our north elevation, and then just edit the profile. Trim and extend, delete this, and then click finish, and then delete this one because we're going to re-add it. Same goes here. And then finish, and then delete this. So here we just need to add the mullion at the top. So that's fixed right there. We're going to maintain this look. So if we go around back, that looks really good there. So I'm happy with that. And then here as well, we just need to go to our south elevation and see. We could add in from architecture, curtain grid again, and then maybe we could maintain the spacing. And then here we're good, and then add in mullion again. And then there we fix our problems there. And then if you see, we have something that looks like this, so it's good enough. Also, let's go to our south elevation. I'm going to change this one, maybe just the numbering. I want it to be 88. And then here I want to lower it a bit. So I'm gonna edit the profile and then pull it down a bit. Finish, and then edit this wall again, edit profile, and I want to align it from here. And then here we just need to edit the in place mask. I'm going to edit the extrusion, double click there, and then pull it down. Click finish, select this one, edit extrusion, and then pull it down. Select both of the lines and then pull it down. And then here we just need to edit one of them. Make sure that this one is right here, and then all of them will follow along because we did array them. And then same thing here, we just need to align them and then click finish and then finish. And as you can see, if we see in 3D, this one looks like that. So I'm happy with the way that looks there. Next thing is I want to add some paint here, because I'm planning to add maybe some stones here. And also, let's just close this off. It's not going to be visible, so we could just leave it like that, but it's up to you if you want to close it. In terms of paint, I'm going to use paint on this one. So I want is something like that, or this one, something visible. This is too much, maybe the 32 by 32, and then the ones that we haven't used yet, so show unused. So I want here I want to use stone. So here, so some of them we use already, masonry. I'm gonna check them. So I'm just gonna use random ones for now that we haven't used yet. So here, carpet, I'm gonna use this first so that I could see the difference in color. So now at least I know that this one is or will be a different materials once I set it up. And then later on we're going to add or change this to a different one. Here for roof number 1, I know we set it up as gypsum wallboard. I'm going to duplicate that, and then for now I'm gonna use this one, and we're going to change it up later on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create our model. We were able to revise some of the features of it. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and what I notice first is the gate. So let's go to our south elevation, and I just want to edit this one. And what I'm gonna do is maybe delete both of this right here, and then on here as well. And then after that, we just need to select this extrusion, and then we're gonna pull it up. We're gonna pull it up to here, and then we can click finish, and then select this one by itself, and then click finish. And then let's do it on this side. So edit in place, select this one right here, and then pull it up similar to what we did on the other side. And I just want it to be in the same height at least. Somewhere like this one. I think we need to lower it a little bit down, and I'm just going to eyeball it at the moment. So click finish, press escape, select this one, and then pull it up. And then let's do it on this side. And this one, hopefully it's easy to align. So I'm just doing it, I'm eyeballing it. We can use 8L, and then here as well. So we're good. Click finish, and then press escape, select this panel right here, and then pull it up. And then now let's look at it at 3D to see how it goes. So looks like everything is good. I just need to extend this one. So go to, we can go to ground, and then just extend this one all the way. And then here we could just pull it up like that. And we have this one as well, and everything is fixed, no gaps, and everything is good. So now here I'm going to select this one, and I don't want any gap, so 0 on that. So we're just taking care of those little things that that will make our model noticeable in those kind of areas. So now what I'm gonna do is, as you can see, we have that one right there that we don't need anymore. I was wondering if we could just delete that. So it looks like we cannot. For some reason we cannot delete this one. So I'm trying to delete this line right here that split this wall right here. So if we just delete that split element, sure. So just go to second floor, and then just select this one, CS, and then just add it, and then we'll be good. And then just select this one, or select this panel or wall, and then select the roof. And then here in the roof, what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna go to architecture, and then click on roof, and then we're gonna add in roof fascia. So select this one, and select all of this edges right here, and then we're gonna have this one as metal. So I'm gonna select this fascia right here, edit, and then here we could just change it to one of the metal materials. So go to metal, and then choose one of this one that we haven't used yet. So let's use this one. Apply OK, apply OK. So that's good there. And then we need to paint this roof right here. So go to modify, click on paint, and then asphalt. So asphalt, so let's select that one, and then over here, and click done. And then what I want to change here is right here, I need to edit the boundary footprint. So here what I'm planning to do is to have this one up to here. So I'm going to click this wall right here all the way here, because we will have basically a ceiling, but I want the high ceiling to be in the room only, so that's why I'm doing this. So right here we're going to delete this, and then trim this one over here, and then we could select this one right here, trim it onto this area, and then we're going to pick this line right here, trim this one, and then trim this one. So click finish. We need to clean this up right here. And then click finish, don't attach. So we're gonna see it in 3D. And then what we need to do is we're going to select all these walls right here, because we're going to pull it up, attach, and then right here. So we will have those nice looking ceiling. So that's what my plan were, and then all the way to the top, and then we have just regular ceiling right here because we have that. And then let's attach this one to the roof. So everything looks good. I'm happy with that. And also for aesthetics, we don't want anything over the walls here, because it defeats the purpose of having this high ceiling walls with glass or windows. So what's the point of that? We're not gonna be able to feature that if we add. And then here we could just pull this one down, and then here as well. And then we're going to add, so I'm gonna pull that down. So select that, and then base offset -200. So that's covering that. We need to add something right here. So we could edit this boundary right here. I believe this one was at the back on this right here, somewhere right here. Yeah, with the desk, so in front of here. So I'm just going to have a notch there so that it's good enough. We don't need to patch it. So somewhere here I'm going to have to add something like this, and then we're gonna edit it. Click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks, and then we could just edit, and then it's easier for us to move it to this right here, and then we're going to cover that area. So that means we need to put here, and then put right here, and then trim this one right here, and then everything is golden. So that's the fix there. And then what I want to do is change this to a different paint. So let's go to modify, and then here paint again. I forgot which one we haven't used, so I'm gonna use birch, and then I'm going to add birch right here on this spot, and I'm going to add on this side as well. There we go. So we have birch there. This one will be stone, so this one will be wood, and then just regular white white paint. So I think that's good enough. And then let's not forget to add our balcony here. So we need to go to our south elevation so that we could see much better where we're working on, and then go to architecture, component, model in place, generic model, and then here we're gonna do an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, and then instead of grass for sure, and here extrusion is around, of course, around 1500. Here material, I just want it to be gypsum wallboard, and then we could duplicate it, and then it's easier for us to represent a different material. So here let's do 200, and then here 200. So I want to make sure that this is 200, and then this one as well is 200. So that's good right there. In terms here, I don't know where I'm going to connect it, but for now we could just put in a different glass railing. I want to put a glass railing, but I want it to put on a different material. Why? So that it looks much better. Here I'm planning to align it onto this face right here, BL. So everything is all together right here. And then we could just put a railing. So let's go to level 2, and then I'm going to put a curtain wall for our wall, or our railing, sorry. So for example, this one right here, and then this one right here, and here. We can fix this, but sometimes this is tricky, so that's good enough for me. I'm happy with that. And then of course this is all the way up. We need to pull it down and then assess where it should go. So that's too much right there. So if this is the door, somewhere right here around 900, so that's good enough. And then I'm going to lower this first and then align them all together. So because of this, AL, okay, so we align them, and then I'm going to edit, and maybe we could duplicate the material. I want to duplicate this maybe here, and then in terms of material, I just forgot how to change this one right here. So here, for the single glass, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to a different glass material. So this is the one that I'm gonna change. I'm gonna put it as glass green. And then here think it's easier, so I'm gonna undo that. I need this one to be a different material. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna trick Revit. So I'm going to add mullion first on them, and then after that I'm going to select the glass panel. So after you select that, here is what we're gonna change. So I'm going to edit and then duplicate this one. I'm gonna call it glaze 2 and then change the glass. If you know something that is a better option, give me an message me on the comment below so that we can see if it's a much better sequence or solution to change this. So I'm gonna choose glaze 2, press OK, and then now, so this is a different material. So glaze 2, glass matte. I rather change this to something that is noticeable. So glass matte, maybe green instead, so that we can see it much better. So glaze 2, so we have green there, and then change this to that one, and then here as well. Okay, and then after that, just manually remove all of the mullions. Or if you want, we could leave this one below that, but that's up to you. I just want the separation of different material here. And then after that, let's go to our north elevation and then add this one as well. So here we have different different extrusion level, so we need to add this one at a time. So extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this wall right here, and then gypsum wallboard number 2. I'm going to add this one right here, and then click finish. Then create another extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall right here. And then after that, all the way right here, click finish. Go to 3D and see how it looks. As you can see, that's a lot better. And then click finish. And then we just need to add the same glass. So go to level 2. So it's not that visible. From here, we're going to go change the view range. Okay, so change that view range so that you'll be able to view. Click on wall and then add the same curtain wall. then here connect this one, and then just try to fix the corners as much as you can. Okay, and then here as well. There we go. So go to 3D, and then so here try to lower it down so that it's visible enough. This one it's visible, and then just align it like this. There we go. And then if you try and select them, actually you don't need to, you just need to select this one right here. We don't need to add mullions anymore. So that fixes that. I just forgot to click on tab, and it needs to select the whole panel, but this one is selecting the curtain grid. But if you click on tab, it will just select this one right here, the glaze itself, and then there you go. You'll be able to change it instantly right there, and we don't need to do anything else. So that's good there. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to work on some of the small changes that we added, and also we added the balcony. So now we're gonna work on this, keep on working on this. So what I want to do is to download the lights. So go to part 1 description. There will be 2 links there, and the second link is all extra families, and you'll be able to download the lights. So we have a face base circle or square. So for now, I'm gonna download both of them, and then you choose which one do you want. So if you want a square base or a circle base, it's up to you. For now, I'm gonna use a square base for this one, and I'm just gonna drag it down, and then if didn't come CM, so now the square base is right there. So the good thing about this is you can add it on different faces. As you can see, it attaches to everything, even for this one. So you just need to place them to the location that you want. I'm gonna add it on this one right here as well, and then into the roof. So I'm gonna add it here, and then also below here, and then why not add it onto this side as well. So adding those lights will really enhance our model once we're in Twinmotion. So it is very important for us to add those, and then maybe here as well. So only on those areas that we're gonna do that. And then after that, just go to level 1, and then here we'll be able to just move them in the center. CO, I want to maintain around, I think 1000 is good enough. CEO. Don't forget to click multiple, and then let's add every 1000. I think in this area 4 is enough, and then we center them, and then just by using your eyes, you'll be able to see that, oh, that's good enough there. And then this one as well, CEO, every 1000. There we go. And then center it a bit, and then I think that's good enough. So we're good there. Let's add it on this one, CEO 1000. I think here we can add in 3 and then center it a bit. And then here I'm going to align it so that everything is aligned, even though if they're far enough, at least you know that everything is centered and it will look nice. 1000. Make sure that when you're doing that, there's nothing, there's not an angle that you're creating, or else it's gonna be off. And then let's go to our level 2. If it's not showing up, let's go to view right here, reflect and ceiling plan, and then let's put in level 3. And then here, level 3, I want to change the view range to level unlimited, and then 0. There we go. And then now we'll be able to just add it on this side where the windows are, and then we'll be able to guide. So like that, it create a angle, and we'll be able to change it and properly add it. So here, and then why not just add it onto here, maybe 2 set of them. And then here we're going to put it copy, and then here 2000, and then we're going to just move it to the proper location. So which one is like this one? It's good enough. So we have enough light going down and in the balcony, and then here as well, similar idea. Add it 3 times, I believe, and then just add it in the middle. So here, align it, move it in the center, and then just add every 1000. Again, I think that's good enough. Center it with between the walls or the windows, and then we could see. So this one is looking good. It doesn't feel overpowered. And then now what I want is to just change this material right here. I'm just going to click on paint, and I'm gonna use one of this one. So we have cherry here. Let's use something that we haven't used yet, so unused. So it's a good way of knowing that we haven't used this one yet. So here I'm gonna use this one, so at least we know that this one is good enough right there. So that's done right there. We added lights, and then I want to add something right here. So edit boundary, actually not boundary, but this is floor, and then we add a model in place, generic model. And then here, I'm going to add a sweep, pick path, and select this path right here. And then click finish, edit profile. And then here, let's just add a nicer look here. So by doing this, it will give more detail here. So I'm gonna do maybe just 10, and then here I'm going to put this one right here. I think 5. I know something 10 again, or no, not 10, 30. And then here is 5. That's good. Delete this one right here, trim, and then we could use this one. So 5 as well. And then here we're going to make it nice as well. Let's put 30, similar to what we did, and then 5. Trim and extend. Trim and extend here. Delete the extras, and then let's make it nice here. So I'm going to put 5. I think that's good enough. And then here, the technique that I experienced so that we don't need to do this anymore is just Control C here, and then click finish, finish. And then let's change the material first. I'm gonna do another concrete material that we haven't used, cast in place. I'm gonna use that. So now here it's done. And then let's do another sweep, pick path, and then click finish, edit profile, and then Control V here. And then you just need to line it up to the same location. There's going to be temporary dimensions there. If not, just put it on this intersection. So we're gonna do that on the other side. And then here, the same one that we use, concrete, the last one, I think C20. So I'm gonna click OK, and then OK. So there, C20, so that's same thing. And then let's do this on the side. Click on sweep, pick path. Always select this path right here first, because it's the one that we use to create this one, and it's easier to paste. So after that, edit profile, Control V, and then somewhere here it's going to be connected. Same material, and then now we go at the back right here, and then create again, not extrusion, so remove that. Let's create a sweep, pick path. It's going to be just straight, and then edit profile, look for where the intersection is, and then Control V. But here it's going to be a different way. So what you need to do is select that, mirror it, then you can delete the other one, and what you can do is select all of this, and then you know that you can move it MV from here, and then put it in that intersection, and you're good. And then click finish, make sure material is correct as well, and then click finish again. So as you can see, it's easier to just add the profile. It's a lot easier if you just create the profile itself, but that's something that we could do in the future. But why not just create it one time, you know, all the dimensions, and then just repeat it. And also we're just gonna do it here anyway. So we're good there. I want to add lights right here, so I'm gonna edit profile, and then I'm gonna select this one here, and then I'm going to void sweep here, and then pick path, select this path right here. And then we're gonna do the same thing but with a void, and then after we void that, we're going to add the proper light material that we're gonna use. So click finish right here, click here, edit profile again, and then select this one. So this is just for measurement, so 20, and then we're going to put 5, 5, 5 right there. And then close it off, and then delete this one, and then we could just copy this one right here. We can copy it and then select it right here, click finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry. So that's done there. Let's go and void it here again, void sweep, pick path right here, select that, click here, sweep, modify, edit profile, and then Control V to add it there. I know it's 20 from the top, so I'm gonna put 20 from the top, and we want to make sure that everything looks proper, and then we just attach it at the end here. Select this, click finish, finish, and then cut geometry, and then create it again. Lastly, void sweep, pick path, select that one, click finish, edit, edit profile, Control V again, create that location right there, and then move this to the end, whatever end you have. So now I'm just gonna delete this. Move it at the end there, delete this, click finish, and then finish again, cut geometry, finish. And then because you did that, we need to edit again, because we're going to paint inside of this. You cannot just use paint whenever you want, because this is a model in place. So we need to look for luminance. After that, you need to select at the end here. Select that. So that's the light that we need to add. There we go. So now every time we have that, that is the one that is going to have lights on. So click on finish, and as you can see, everything looks good. You have a patch here, and then we could put some trees in the front, and then we have a patch there, that we could put as well. And then before we finish, I want to add the same one here. So let's go to ground, and I just want to select this, edit in place, and then I want to select all of them, copy it, and then I want to add it on this side. And of course we could, it's better to just edit the extrusion. And then change this to 50. And then click finish, and then we could just move this one to properly, and then click finish. So we have it there as well. We could add, and then we could add it in front of here, or maybe there as well, but I think that's too much already. In this location, that's good enough. And then just over here, I just want to add a nice scone lighting. So let me just go to level 1 and want to make sure that this one is at least in the center. So I'm just going to use annotation lines to see the center point of this. And not too bad, we could just move this one something like that, so we could align it as well, and then align it to the door. There we go. It's not that bad here as well. So, and then what I want to do is just delete this door right here. I don't want any entrance or way here. I want it to be all in this location. And then let's go to our south elevation, and then just quickly add, so model in place, generic model, and then it's just going to be a simple scone. Pick a plane, and then this wall right here, and then we're going to add this like that and lower it a bit. And we're going to extrude it around 100 only, and then change the material to one of the metal material. Click apply, okay. Click finish, and then copy it right about here, and copy it right there, somewhere there. Click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. It looks good, but I'm going to lower the extrusion a little bit more, and then just align AL, align it to the face. So that's good enough there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our model. Now we're gonna continue working on this by creating the sheet. So to start off, what I want to do is to create our starting view. So to do that, we need to go to ground floor and then select this right here and then camera, and then I want to create a camera view of our model. So here, holding on shift, we could shift this one around, and as you can see, we have our model. And what we can do is we can make it nicer. So to do that, what we can do is put this one to hidden, change the graphic display to have a background of gradient. It's up to you if you want to change it to realistic or shaded. If you put it in realistic, of course it's not the proper materials yet, because we're gonna render it in Twinmotion, but we're gonna use this render so that we could show it in our sheet cover page. So here, after that, you can also check on the sketchy lines. If you enable that, you will see that it will have those jitters and extensions that looks nice. So as you can see, it looks like it's sketch, and it's really up to you to decide which one are you gonna do. And then after that, you have all of those options. For me, I'm just gonna put it in hidden line, because as you can see, it's giving that sketch vibe, and then we could put in shadows, and that looks amazing right there. So I'm happy with that. So now, to make this one our starting view, we could go to manage, and then here, starting view. This is 3D view 2. That's the name of the 3D that we created. So we could click here, starting view, and we need to choose that so that every time we open our project right here, it will be the one that is set up. So after that, once we do that, now we can start doing the rendering first, so that once we're in once we have the sheets, we could just add those sheets right there. So for now, what we're gonna do is we're going to go to view and then click on render. So here we have different kinds of settings. We have draft, medium, high, and best, and then we also have custom. So if you put it in other settings, it will take longer to do. So for me, what I do first is to do a draft to see how everything looks, and if it's good enough, then I'll put in the best and let it sit. So we're just gonna do one first. So I'm gonna choose draft, leave every settings, and then just click render. Just wait a couple of seconds, and then once it's done, we'll be able to edit or to change those exposures. So now, once we have this rendering, as you can see, it looks okay, but it's not the best. But here, once you click this adjust exposure, we'll be able to change some of the controls right here. So if you want it darker or brighter, you'll be able to extend this one by just dragging it and then click apply, and then okay once you're done. It's either you want to export it, so you can export it to different files. Of course, sometimes PNG is the best, or JPEG. So either one, you'll be able to add it there. For me, I'm just gonna save it to my project, and then it will create a rendering image right here. Okay, so now you can close this, and then you can delete this first, And then after that, we can have this one as rendering 1. And then now that we have this rendering 1 right there, we'll be able to add it onto our sheet. So create the sheet. We have to click right here, right click, and then new sheet. We have asymmetric. If you want different title blocks, you can click on load and then go to the title block. And then once you have that, you'll be able to choose different title blocks right here. For me, I'm good enough with asymmetric, so I'm just gonna press OK. And then we have this one right here. And then what you need to do is just add in the rendering 1 right there, double click to make it, or to extend that one. And then once you extend that one, I don't want the naming there, so the title name, so click here and then select this one again and then click no title. And then here, because you can put ACD and then house here, and then the name cover sheet, and then here we could put in cover sheet or cover page, and then here I'm going to put it as A101, and then Revit will recognize this once you create different sheet. And then let me put this one again right here, and then no title. And then I want to add in the sheet list, so go to schedule, right click, new sheet list, and then what you want to do is to add sheet number, so put it, and then sheet number first, and then sheet name afterwards. It's very important to put the proper numbering so that it goes first before the other one in the list. So after that, go here. I want to format the look, the appearance. Here I don't want the blank row after this, so I'm gonna check that. And then here I'm gonna change the title text to be 8. Here I want it to be 6, and then here I want it to be 4. Press OK, and then change this one to so I'm gonna type in drawing list, and then I'm just going to drag it here. And then you'll be able to extend it to your liking, and then just extend it a bit so that everything looks good. And then once we add more sheets, everything will follow. And then now, so it start off at A101. You can change this to A1 only, A1.01. Whatever you do, Revit will recognize that, and it will create the second one. It will recognize the sequencing. So here we have A001. So now right click again, new sheet, and it will ask again for the title block, and just choose the A0, and then it will create 2. Let's open this up so that you guys can see. And 3, we're gonna create up to probably 6, and then let's create each and every one of that. So right now I created 6 sheets, and obviously if you have a bigger project, you will add more into this. You can even create your site and whatnot. So yeah, let's make up to A10, and then let's create those. So first, you could change the naming here if you just double click, and then you could change right here. You could put this one as cover sheet, all caps, and then press OK. So now that's good. And if you go to A102, you can change it also right here, and then also here. So this one will be we're gonna put site plan. Next, you could go right here as well. This one should be after site plan. So here we did site plan, and then we have our first floor, and then here you could put the owner, so ACD, so Archcore Design, and then project is whatever house you want to name this one, so house, and then we have first floor, and then here we could put second floor. Then I want to add, we could add section right here, and then elevations. So that's good. We have everything that we need to start. So in the cover sheet, let's go there. We could just drag and drop this one. So drag and drop, select it right there, select it again, and then here we could change with no title for the viewport, and then double click on this. You'll be able to stretch it, and as you can see, because it's a rendering, we have the option of making it big. But if you have a 3D view, unfortunately you cannot do that. So here, for example, a 3D view, it's limited to the view. So you can expand this, but unfortunately you cannot make it bigger. So that's the advantage of having it rendered. So I'll just undo that. I just need to show you guys. So double click outside again, and then now I'm gonna create the sheet list. So to do that, you need to go to schedules, select that, and then right click, and then here new sheet list, and then after that we scroll down, and then we put in obviously the sheet number first, and then after that the sheet name, and then press OK to finish. Now it will create all of this information. You can change this to drawing list, and then I don't like the gap here, so we could edit this. So edit, and then here you'll be able to filter, sorter, format, and then appearance. We need to go to the appearance. I don't want a blank row before the data, so we're gonna remove this. After that, the title text is this one, so we can make this one bigger, so around 6. And then we have the header text, which is this one. We can make this one bigger as well, so around 5. And then we have all of this, the body text, so we could just put it at standard 2.5 millimeters Arial. And then after that, you press OK. Now it created this. So now if you go and open up this, go to your cover sheet, and then you need to drag and drop. So you can drag and drop right here, and obviously you can select that, and then you can maximize this. So now it looks much better. So any changes that you do, if you delete one of this, it will automatically change right here. So for example, I'm gonna create a new sheet. Once I create a new sheet, this will be created as well. If I delete this, this will be deleted as well. So it's very instant. So that's very handy because you don't need to come back here and change it and whatnot. So for example, um, if you don't want a sheet to be shown right here, but you still want the drawing, because that happens. So what you need to do is you need to go to the sheet, and then you need to go right here and then appear in sheet list. You need to uncheck that and then click apply. And then after that, it will be not here, but at least you know that it's still here. So sometimes there's some reason that you don't need to show the drawing on this sheet. You don't need to delete this. You can just go to the sheet and then just uncheck this. So now I'm just going to put it back because we need it. And then click apply, and then everything is good right here. So now I'm going to go back to site plan. And then obviously we have a site right here. I'm going to drag and drop here and see how it looks. So it looks okay. So usually it looks like this. It covers everything like a site plan. So what I want to do is just limit the size of this. So I'm gonna do a crop view. So I need to check all of this. And then after that, you'll be able to crop it just a little. And then I don't want my elevation tag. So you need to type in VG and then go to elevation. So E, or it will be under annotation. So E and then elevation. So apply, okay, and then your elevation tag is not there anymore. And obviously we don't need the grid because it's a site plan. We don't need that yet. So go to annotation and then type in G, that is the grid. So okay, so now this is looking like the site. You can definitely add in more information in the site. So you could go and add in text. So here you could put in the street name, so probably this is January Drive. And then we put 67 January Drive. And then obviously you want to make it bigger, so you put this one. So you can have those information, you can put text, you can put everything that you need to on this underside. And once we're here, what the fucker? So actually I lost the video. So here I'm just explaining that before it's just a site. If you want to change this name but you don't want to change it right here, you need to select this, and then you go right here, type in whatever name that you want, and then click apply. And then on the first floor, what I just did is I go to level 1 first. I changed the scale because I want it to be bigger. So I change the scale and then I crop it. So you need to go to extend, crop everything. So I crop whatever view that this one was. I crop it right there and then uncheck the crop so that I have it there. And then you just need to drag and drop to the first floor. So once you have, it will look like this. And then again, I don't want to change the level 1 name here. So just select this one and then look for title on sheet. Put the name there and then click apply, and you have something that looks like this. There is a sequence when you're changing or you're moving this. So I'm going to press escape first. If you want to move this, select this first and then move. So you can move this now. But for some reason, if you want to extend the line, what you need to do first is select the view, and then this will be grabbable. So there's our sequence that you need to know in order for you to have this. So now I'm going to press escape. What I'm going to do is, what I did right here is the same thing that I did in my second floor. So basically I just create this and then put the second floor under the sheet, title on sheet, and then click apply, and then I drag and drop here. In terms of section, so what I did first is I went to level 1. I create section. So the section, it will be right here. And then I just create a section, 2 section. And then once you create this, you will have something right here. It will create a section, and then you'll be able to select section 1. The way that I did this is I basically change the scale first, and then I click on shadow so that it looks much better. And then I went here again to graphic display, and then change the background to gradient to look nice. And then after that, what I did is I went here under crop. So I checked 3 of this, and then I basically crop it to the view that I like. And then after you finish, just uncheck the one in the middle and then click apply, so that there's nothing showing here and you don't get confused. So I did that on section 1 and section 2. So as you can see, you just turn this on for the shadow, and then basically just go into the section sheet and then just drag and drop. Similar to that, you can move this if you want. So click on view and then move this section so that you fix it. And then in terms of elevation, I did that as well. So here I change, so you need to go to the elevation right here. You go 1 by 1, change the scale to 1:50, and then the only thing that I didn't do is turn on the shadow, because I want the change to change the view on the section and the elevation. And then after that, I go to display setting and then the background as well. So just do that as well for all of them, and then just simply drag and drop to each of the sheets that you have. And then you can crop it as well, like what I showed you. Here is the west elevation. I'm gonna crop it again somewhere right here, and then we could push this one a little bit more. And then just if you forgot to uncheck this, that's fine. It's not gonna be visible in the printout if you print this, but it's just something that for you, so that it's not bothering you. But it depends on you if that bothers you though. So after this, once you're ready, save it first, and then after that, click on print. So once we're here, you determine the sheet. So determine the sheet, or determine the printout first. So I'm just gonna print it right here. Microsoft print off to PDF. Determine the sheet. So I'm just gonna put it in letters, or if this is 24 by 36, you put it in ANSI or whatever the sheet size that you want. And then right here, you want it to be combined unless you want it separately. So for me, I want to click on select. So I want the selection of the sheets. So select here. But usually when you select here, this will always come back here. So you want to make sure that you click this again so that it's combined now, and then click on select. Uncheck views, and you want everything to be just viewed right here. I want to check all because I want to print all, and then usually I save a preset of this. So save as, I'm gonna call it full set. And then once you do, every time you want to print the full set, you just need to go here, and then everything will be set for you already. After that, save again and then press OK. and then OK again, and this will print out. And then once we do, let's just put in house, and then here we could basically open this and let's see how it looks. So here's the result of our print. So we have our drawing list, we have our site plan, first floor, second floor sections, and then elevations. So thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create the sheets. We're done with modeling our Revit. Now we're going to continue working on this, and now we're going to send this one to Twinmotion. So before we do that, we want to make sure that you're in Find, you're in 3D, and then it's either hidden or you can choose whatever here except for the wireframe. And then after that, press save, and then we go to Datasmith, and then we're going to export this one. If I were you, open your Twinmotion account now, and then add your, or open the Twinmotion or your latest Twinmotion, and then here it's up to you to change your file name. I'm just gonna leave it like this, and then click on save. So once you do, we're going to go to the Twinmotion program. I already have it open, so I don't need to wait for it. And then just close this one. And what I do is I just delete the starting cylinder and then the spear. And then I'm just going to leave the starting ground. But everything else, delete it. And then after that, we go to import, and then we need to go to the location where we save our Datasmith. So what I did is I just went here and then just Control C, and then after that we go to import, select this plus sign, and then just leave it in geometry, and then click open, and then Control V on the file name, and then we go to the correct location, and then click open, and then click on import afterwards. It will import our model, and as you can see, just press OK. And then let's see how this one looks. We want to make sure that nothing is overlapping and everything is showing up properly, especially the base. So for example, if it's above, it will start blinking because it is overlapping this. So we're just gonna undo this and then just leave it like this. So we got this one done, and then we do have to save it first so that we already have this one saved. Make sure to sign in as well. So I'm already signed in, so that's good. And then I just need to save as, and then save it to the proper location that I want. And then I'm gonna put it in house. I want it all caps, so just like that. So click on save. And then because you already signed in, we'll be able to use Sketchfab, Megascan, and all of those stuff already. So now click on ambience and then go to camera. This is very important that we do this. Go to local exposure, and we need to look for, so go to details right here, and then we need to check this parallelism. So click here, so we're always vertically aligned and we're not tilting or something like that, and then everything looks much better. Now we can add in materials, and one thing that I do first is the clear glass. I'm gonna set this one as clear glass, and it's basically making the opacity increase. So I'm gonna put this one around maybe 70, and then this one around 0.50. So that's good right there. And then the tint, and then just basic or standard, either way. So standard, and then I'm going to make this one right here still visible there, but we're going to change that for sure later on, once we set up the rendering. Then also go to ambience. Actually for this one we need to set the clear glass again. I'm going to make this one two-sided for this one, and then make it a little bit colored because we need a separation of intensity for this one. So I'm gonna use this one somewhat different, so at least there's a separation of lightness there. So after that, go to materials, and the stone that I'm gonna use here is my favorite one, is this one, and I'm gonna increase the scale. So I'm happy with that, so I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. If I want to change it, I'm gonna change it later on, but for now that looks much better. For the mullion, I'm going to select pick material, and then select that material right there. It's already aluminum, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change it to black. And what you want to do is to increase the metalness if it's not. So as you can see, I'm gonna put it at 80. So that's good right there. Black. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to set the maybe the materials for this one. So go to materials. For the concrete, it's either I'm gonna leave this one white, or just I'm going to set this one as like that. So either way I'm gonna change that, but I forgot that I'm going to put this one as aluminum as well, so it's consistent with color. And then this one as well, the casing of the light there. And then why not put this one right here, and then aluminum here as well for the number. So I'm good with that. I want to change the border wall to something stone again. I'm gonna use this, and then increase the scale. Actually this stone actually looks much better as well. It's better here as well. So either way we can add that one or here. And then it's either we put all, we're just gonna leave this one white, and then I want the neon now to show. So here I'm going to set this one up, and then I want it to glow, and it's not glowing. There's a reason for that. So what I want to do is go to ambient, go to rendering. I'm gonna use lumen, and then of course path tracer later on. And then here we need the lumen to glow. So I'm just going to leave this one around like that, and then once we're rendering it, we're gonna see how it looks, if it's glowing too much or too low. So depending on that, we're gonna put the path tracer low for now, so that once we render, we'll be able to see. And then why not go here, go to ambient again, and then click on the environment, because we're going to use HDRI. Click enable and then backdrop HDRI. And then here we can change the HDRI, and then we can choose different ones. So ambient, environment, and then we could drop it here once we selected that. I'm looking for a snowy background. I haven't seen it, so but probably I'm not checking too much. But here, maybe I'll change this one right here like that. And then here, you can change the rotation. Maybe this background is nice enough. Of course, we're gonna add in. So rotation, and then go to detail, and then you can put in size if you want to make it bigger a bit, and then the height offset, so you can pull it down. It's not visible too much at the back. You have those snippets there. Okay. And then let's see. So it's glowing already, but it's too much glow. So that's why I have to put it in lumen and then in this background, so that we can see how it glows. So I'm gonna glow it on 10 only to see how it looks. Here, for this one, we need to check the two-sided metallicness. Not too much. The opacity, we're gonna lower it down. So I think that's good enough, and then we can try this one and see how it bounces. Maybe a little bit lower. And then see it again. Looks good enough, but okay. So we could deal with that later on. And then I want to change the type of glow, or the color of glow here. So I want it to be yellowish. Yellowish orange. Okay, so like that. I'm happy with that. And then here we need to select this, and then all the lights fixture, because it's going to glow too much if we don't take care of that. So I'm just selecting all of those so that we could just set the temperature to around 32 something. 32K. Let's put it at 3000, so that's good enough. And then you can see how that one affects everything. And then here we need to look into this as well. $3,000. Then press OK. I think that's good enough there. And maybe here we need to lower it down. It's glowing too much. 32. And then the intensity to lower it down. Maybe 10 is good enough, and maybe not, but we're going to check that one. And as you can see, it's not that glowing anymore, not too much though, so we're good with that. And having that glow right there gives it a better look. And also going to select this again and then put this one to black, so aluminum for that. And then for the material here, we're gonna change it to the roof material. I'm just gonna use this and then increase the scale a bit so it looks like actual shingles, and that's good enough for me. And then for the materials here, I'm gonna use this and then increase the scale so that the paneling is much visible. And then here, another or a different wood material, or maybe we could change it a bit. So here in Megascan surfaces, we can put concrete. Yeah, let's put concrete material. Let's look at this one, bared concrete material right there. How about this one, polish? Instead of concrete, I'm going to do the wall covering as matte paint instead. And then here, I'm gonna use the same materials right here, aluminum. So it's much better right there. So I'm thinking now what kind of stone we can use here. I can use slate. Yeah, I could use slate. So slate is good enough for that one. And then here, what I want is I'm gonna use pick material and then use this one right here as well. So that's consistent with color. And then here maybe a mahogany for this one right here. So that's looking good right there, even though that's black. That's good enough there. And of course we're going to add in more. And then the concretes here we need to set. I'm gonna put fine concrete or aggregate exposed concrete. Okay, so that's good right there. And then here we can go to ground, man-made, and then I'm gonna use this, scale it a bit, and then here we could put in this one right here. I'm gonna select this one again, lower the scale, and then here we're gonna use slate and scale it a bit. So with that, as you can see, it looks much better. Happy with that part right there. And then before we finish, we can go to the user library and click on buildings, and have some projects here that I've done before, and then some that are just for placement or for population. So it's something like this. I'm just going to use it to populate the area so that it looks complete. So I'm just going to put this one something like that, just beside this one. So with that, as you can see, we can place this one right there, and then here as well, let's just add this one somewhere right here, and then I'm just going to lower it a bit, click on tab, and then pull it inner like that. And then just having that background right there will give it a lot of information, and it looks populated there. We could just move this one a little bit so that we have grass, and then this one as well so that we have grass. We can put in front. So by that, as you can see, we have our background. You can even go here and maybe rotate to have a nice background. Like that. Of course, we can add more. And then kind of like this one, there's a light showing. Okay, so we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to import our model from Revit to Twinmotion, and then we added materials, and then we added backgrounds. Now we're still gonna continue working on this. So what I'm planning to do next is to add vegetation. So here, for example, I'm going to select the floor, number 5, and then I'm going to actually just click on population or populate, and then place, and then scatter, and then go to vegetation, and then we're going to add grass, and then here we're just going to put in lawn grass. Add it multiple times so that the lawn grass will be thick enough. So here I'm going to select all of them, Control A, or it's better to select that and then hold on Shift, Control the last one, and then the size and the detail, it's up to you, but I'm just going to click here and then scatter. And as you can see, it's adding all those, beginning to add all of those. And then here as well, let's add in the grass. Even though it's not visible, it's better to add so that it looks realistic. Okay, and then here we can just keep on clicking, and then as you can see, depending on your GPU, it will either be going to be so slow or like this. I just have a 3060 graphics card, RTX, so for me that's good enough. And then now let's just double check here. So because this is the same thing, as you can see, it added all of those. Press escape, and then now let's add in some grass, or not grass, but some trees. So we can add trees right about here. We can add it somewhere right here. I want something like this instead, because this one is too big. We can make it small, but I think this one is good enough for something like this. And then maybe a smaller one for the one inside. This is gonna be too much, or fig tree, a little bit smaller, just for this area. Just for this one, I think this one looks nice enough. And then we could add something like this. So click here, you can add multiple. We're just going to put something like this around. As you can see, it's not visible there, but good enough. And maybe we could add it where this one is. And then there you go. That looks really good there. Subtle and looks complete. And then we could just rotate it a bit to see how it goes. And for that, that's good enough. We need to add something on this side. Not too much as well. I think this is the same thing that we just add. I'm gonna add in something in his property and then pull it at the back there. And then we're going to add something here at the back. So something like this, big enough. Just for a background view. Then we could add a little bit more here, just in case we're able to have some views here. And then of course at the background we're going to add, I'm just adding it like this now just to spread it properly. Not going to be visual there too much, but at least you know that it's there. And from the background standpoint, it's good enough there. And then after that, I'm going to add in lights. So I'm gonna use spotlight, something like this one right here. And then what you want to have is something centered here that is good enough. I know the height is differs, and then we need to set the temperature 3000. And then the intensity to be 10. So that's good right there. Hold on shift. So spacing 1 meter and then 2 more. And we all know we need to pull it up a bit because of the slope. And then here we're going to add the same thing. I just need to know the location, and then we're going to slope it. But before we slope it, we're just going to put it down, and then spacing 1 meter, 3 more, and then just pull it up to the same location. Or not same location, but in the area of that. This this one's kind of off. We know that we space it every 1000. So maybe the way we add this one was off a bit, but that's good enough. We're going to just add on the base now, and then good thing about this one is it's gonna be easier because it's just in the same level. And then 1 meter, 3 more, and then select this one, copy, put it on the other side, and then just 3 more here, 1 meter, 2 more. So we have that one right there. In terms here, I want this one to be basic, or no, not basic, really colored, and then just change the intensity a bit. Make it lighter. Just gonna put this one right here like that, and then we still have that separation there. I want to see it's detailed. Inverted. And then the color, I'm just going to subside it with that, and here I'm going to double check, which is good. Everything looks good right now. Double check the rendering and how everything bounces, which is good as well. As you can see, it's clear enough. And then because this one is visible, we might add curtain or not because of how everything is. So it still looks visible there, but I think that's good enough. We don't need that anymore. So we have our background. We're going to add a car. So vehicle, and then car, and then let's add this. It's too big. Maybe just a sedan. Okay, so I'm happy with that. And then here we could add in some two-wheeled, maybe a bike would be good enough. Let's just leave some space there, and that's good. So now what we need to do is to go to media. We could change the temperature. So like for example here, if we go high and see how this one feels. I kind of like to put this one in a snowy environment. So what we could do is we could change the weather, and then we could put this one in a snowy environment like that. You just put this one like that. Actually, just never mind, and then just leave this one like this. And then make it this weather. In some wetness there. I think that's good enough. The change in wetness in some of the material looks nice. It looks realistic. So that's why it's look nice there. So now that this one is what we can do, so now we start by adding, we come from here and then create maybe a video first. So go from front, this is 7 seconds. Add this one, add a keyframe, leave it to 10. Going down, move it a little bit forward, refresh it, and then go down. Six. And then from there, I want it to look like this. I want to set it up a little bit out so that we see everything, and then refresh it again, and then go left. And then this one, let's put it at 8 seconds. this one right here, 4 seconds. And then go out now with this kind of view. We could go from here, or we could go like this. Five seconds, and then go out. Six seconds for this one, and then the other side again, 6 seconds. And then we finish like that. And then just to add in more, we could add in a car here, maybe a pickup truck. With a different color, maybe black right there, and then maybe one more here. Maybe a blue one, or blue, 90 degrees, and then just add it there to make everything look nice there. Okay, so I'm happy with that. After that, click the video again, make sure to save it, and then duplicate. This one, rename it, show reel, and then the other one, rename it to shorts, and then change this one to 1000, and then this one 700. Okay, you can review it if everything looks good, and then go to photo, click media, because for this one we need to set our image. I'm going to set one like here, and then one like this one as well, and then the other one would look like this. And then here we change the focal length depending on what's this, so we could make it look nice. So something like that with a focal length of 39, and then putting this one into high around 500. And then refreshing it. So to change that rendering, go here, quality default, and you want to change it here. And then click on refresh again. I'm going to lower it a bit. And then refresh it again. I'm gonna put in some grass there at the bottom. And then change the focal length a little bit. I think that's perfect enough. So now click here on this side, change the focal length to the desired. Around 40 is good. Click this one right here. Make it to high. Go to render here. Go to detail and change it to 500. And then click finish right there. Or refresh. So now this one, refresh, it's good. I might change the environment, precipitation. So maybe change that, not too much. And then refresh it again. Because it's kind of look like it's becoming too glassy or too bright. So 50, I believe it's good. Refresh it like there. Turn it back on. And refresh. Make sure to refresh it multiple times to see that changes are meant. And then this one as well. Change the precipitation to 50. Camera focal length on 30. 6. I think around 43 is good enough. Refresh it, then render. Tracer, change it to 500. And then make sure to refresh it. And then there you go. And then before we export it again, make sure to save. And then go to export. Click on image, select all, and then here, select all. And then we're ready to export by going down here. So I'm gonna save it again. And then once you're ready, just start export. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.